Good evening, everyone. I welcome you to this May 2025 meeting of the Oberon Council. This meeting will be live streamed via Team webinar facilities. Recordings of council meetings or parts thereof cannot be copied, recorded, reproduced, reused, or transmitted without the prior written consent of the General Manager. The meeting is being recorded and will be made publicly available on Council's website. Persons attending the meeting should refrain from making any defamatory comments. Council acknowledges that the meeting is being held on the traditional lands of the Wiradjuri, Gundungurra and Darug peoples and respect the history and culture of the elders both past and present. I'd ask Clive McCarthy to lead us into Christine's here, sorry. Yep.
Lord, I bring to you this meeting as it comes together and ask for your guidance to all those who are representing the people of Oberon and representing other people that need their concerns brought before the council. Lord, we pray for each and every member who is here tonight and those who can't be. This we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. A record of attendance. I note that all members are present. I don't believe there are any leaves of absence. 4.2, oath or affirmation of office by councillors. A by-election was held by Countback following the vacancy created by Councillor Michael Clive, relinquishing his role as councillor on the 25th of March 2025. The Electoral Commission declared the results of the poll on Wednesday the 7th of May 2025 and Councillor Robert Lee was elected. Under section 233A of the Local Government Act 1993, a councillor may take an oath of office or make an affirmation of office at or before the first meeting of a newly elected council or at a newly elected council's first meeting following a by-election. I would ask that Councillor Robbie Lee please take the oath of office, please. Could you stand and read the oath of office?
Thank you. I, Robert Grant Lee, swear that I will undertake the duties of office of councillor in the best interests of the people of Oberon local government area and the Oberon Council, and that I will faithfully and impartially carry out the functions, powers, authorities and discretions vested in me under the Local Government Act 1993 or any other act to the best of my ability and judgment.
Thank you very much, Royce. The recommendation is that council notes that Councillor Robert Lee took the oath of office at the commencement of the meeting. 2, that Councillor Robert Lee signed the oath document confirming his pledge. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Hayden, seconder, please. Councillor Tucker, thank you. All in favour? Thank you. Welcome aboard. Five, declarations of interest. Do any councillors have any pecuniary or non-pecuniary interests that they should declare for this meeting on any of the matters that we're discussing this evening? If not, we then move to item 6, presentations, which I note there are none, and then 7, questions from the public. The public gallery is open to members of the community. The community is to be given the opportunity to ask questions at the commencement of the council meeting, and the mayor is to ask the questions from the gallery prior to the commencement of the ordinary meeting. Members of the public wishing to address council to do so, providing the following guidelines are adhered to. 1, the person asking a question at the council meeting must clearly state their name and in what capacity they are acting. 2, if the person asking the questions is acting for another person or organisation, agent, they must advise council they have the prior consent or authority. Question from the public is not an opportunity for a debate with elected representatives or staff. It is an opportunity for the community to ask a question in relation to an issue or put a point of view relating to an issue that may be causing interest or concern. Due to time constraints, a time frame of 3 minutes per speaker is allocated. I remind questioners that it is 3 minutes. All questions and comments must be directed through me as the mayor, and if it cannot be answered, it will be taken notice and a response given within a reasonable period. This is the only opportunity for a community member to address council during an ordinary meeting. Are there any questions from the public? Jackie Harmon, yes.
Hi, my name is Jackie Harmon. I'm here on behalf of the Springfest Oberon Committee. I'm seeking Oberon Council support and endorsement for the Springfest Oberon Festival in September 12 to 14. It's a new community event that's set to revive the spirit of the Old Daffodil Festival. It's about celebrating our town's culture and heritage. So why this matters to Oberon? First thing is the economic boost. So it attracts visitors to Oberon, supporting local businesses, accommodations and tourism operators. Creates economic opportunities for local producers as well as artisans through markets and events. And just a bit of data, according to Destination New South Wales, the average expenditure per night for domestic overnight event visitors in New South Wales is $445. So, which is actually 70% higher than if it's just a general visit, which is about 262. Community engagement is the second thing. So reviving a community festival, pride in bringing back the Daffodil Festival. So many people are stopping me in the street this week. It's been fantastic. It fosters a strong sense of community by involving local groups, schools and volunteers. Tourism and regional promotion. So positions Oberon as a vibrant destination, encouraging longer stays and repeat visits. Showcases our town's natural beauty and cultural heritage, promoting local attractions. Social and cultural impacts, so strengthening community connections through diverse cultural, educational and recreational activities. And then post-COVID, of course, and disaster recovery, so supporting economic recovery after the impacts of bushfires, floods and road disruptions and the forthcoming Nolan Caves disasters. Provides a positive and uplifting community event, fostering resiliency and unity. So what I'm asking for from council is basically to endorse Springfest and to demonstrate commitment to the local economy and community wellbeing, provide logistical support and facilitating community collaboration and assisting with promotion through council channels to reach a wider audience. So basically without council support, it's going to be really hard to pull it off as successfully as it can be. So that's basically all I had to say. So we need your help, or we need your help.
Thanks very much, Jackie. Great initiative. All right. Who else is coming? Thanks, Vanessa.
Can't get out of it now, can I? So I'm representing the Oberon Lakes Club. My name is Vanessa Booth. I'm the General Manager, Secretary and Licensee. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to address you today as the General Manager, Secretary and Licensee of the club, a cherished institution that has long served as a cornerstone of our local sporting and social community. I come before you, a collaborative spirit, eager to work together to ensure the continued success and growth of our club and the wider community. As the General Manager, Secretary and Licensee of the Oberon Lakes Club, I play an important role in overseeing operations and ensuring the prosperity of our venue. I have worked in this industry for 19 years and have a wealth of knowledge and experience. Given this, I am hopeful that I can be more actively involved in discussions regarding the new complex, a development that will significantly affect our community and the club we serve. I am confident that engaging key stakeholders in these decisions will lead to the best outcome for everyone. The Oberon Lakes Club and Council have long enjoyed a successful collaboration, with the council managing ground maintenance while the Lakes Club operates the licensed venue. This model has proven effective and beneficiary to the community. I urge you that we can build upon the success and maintain a similar management structure for the new complex to avoid unnecessary complications. I'm excited to share that we are in the process of constructing a 5-year plan at the new complex to secure the future of our club. This plan aims to ensure stability, growth, and continued service to our community. Your support and collaboration will be invaluable as we embark on this journey. Previous Mayor Kathy envisioned continuing the heritage of Oberon Tigers at the new facility by displaying the memorial currently exhibited at the existing Lakes Club. In summary, I wish to allay the fears, concerns, and hopes of many members who care deeply about our club. As you discuss the management of the new complex tonight, I kindly request your support in allowing us to continue operating the licensed premises as we have done so successfully in the past. Let us work together in the spirit of transparency, fairness, and mutual benefit to achieve the best possible outcome for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Okay, anyone else? Zach, you, Lionel?
My name's Lionel Zamperini. I'm the president of the Oberon Rugby League Club. We had AGM 2 Thursdays ago, and one of the members raised a motion to be presented here tonight at the council. Following the announcement of the lease on the current lease club was surrendered prior to the expiration date. To enable council's negotiations with John Bell to read the premises being unencumbered. Neil O'Grady proposed the following motion. Given the understanding that the new sporting facility will be like-for-like arrangement insofar that the current Oberon Rugby League Club continues to operate the new building under the existing management structure. A request has been sent to Oberon Council calling for a letter of comfort outlining the council's intent that this agreement will continue. And that's from Neil O'Grady from the AGM. Now, we did email this on the 15th. Is it something that's going to be tabled here tonight, or do you want me to read it?
I think most councils received that already.
Okay.
Didn't you?
No,
Oh, all right, we'll table it to.
if you could read it.
Good evening, dear General Manager. I'm writing on behalf of the Oberon Rugby League Club to formally express our interest in operating in the new sporting complex, clubhouse and restaurant. As a long-standing establishment within the Oberon community, we take pride in providing exceptional service to our patrons, and we believe that our experience and existing facilities will contribute positive to the new complex. Given that we currently hold the license and operate gaming machines, tab facilities, and our understanding was that our relocation to the new premises would occur automatically. However, upon further review, we recognised the need for a written confirmation to facilitate the necessary transfers to ensure a seamless transition. We kindly request a formal written confirmation from Oberon Council regarding the relocation process, which will allow us to proceed with the necessary administrative adjustments prior to the move. Our team is prepared to work closely with the Oberon Council to ensure compliance and a smooth operation transition. Should you require any further information in discussing this matter, we would be pleased to arrange a meeting at your convenience. We appreciate your time and consideration. Look forward to prompt response. I'd just like to say in, I think it was 1976, the people of Oberon got together and they decided that they wanted to get a licensed club. And those people were footballers, ex-footballers and supporters. And they went to great lengths to get it. They were never in doubt of getting it with the support they had behind them. The heritage, the legacy, and the spirit that both the juniors, the leagues club and the senior league have is second to none. I think that's proven in the 60s and 70s, the grand finals they brought home. They never played a grand final here in that era. It was all done at Bathurst Sports Ground. So it was a great effort. There's been plenty out of the junior league that's been developed, come into the seniors and gone on and play in the ARL, which is the NRL today. It's been a great breeding ground. Our can assist functions, I think since 2008, we've raised over $300,000. And I believe every time we bring a club to Oberon to play, to test the game, it's at no cost to council. And I think all the business houses do pretty well out of it. So we're a great contributor to the town. We love the town, and I believe rugby league has certainly put this town on the map.
Thanks, Lennon. Any other questions from the public?
Good evening, councillors. Thank you for having me to speak again. My name is Emma Jardine. I'm the Artistic Director of the Oberon Chamber Music Festival. And I'm here tonight with a short update on the plans for the 2025 Chamber Music Festival, which will run from the 21st to the 23rd of November. And I'm also asking council to consider the section 356 support this year so we can keep building the festival. We're incredibly grateful for the support we've received to date. The first year we had the Reconnecting Regional New South Wales grant, which really helped us get off the ground. And last year we had the Section 356 funding, which was a huge support in funding the schools and community concerts. Last year's festival brought 874 people through the doors of the Malachi Gilmore Hall, which was an increase of over 30% on the year before. And based on that trend, we're expecting around 1,100 visitors to come this year. Many of them will stay in town, eat in the local cafes and restaurants, explore the area. So there's a real economic benefit to Oberon, especially for small businesses. This year we are expanding the festival in several exciting ways. We're partnering with Mayfield Gardens for a Saturday morning musical adventure walk, giving visitors another reason to stay an extra night in Oberon. And also it gives everybody, visitors and residents, an opportunity to explore the gardens in a different context. We're adding a late night candlelight concert at the Barnabas Church on Saturday night, late Saturday night, which will be a really atmospheric way to showcase the music under the footprint of the festival. And we're working with the Millbrae Cafe to offer a Sunday festival luncheon, encouraging people to gather and spend time locally in between the concerts of the festival. We'll also be running free pre-concert talks at the community centre, which will give locals and audience members a chance to learn about the music we're playing and about the performers and everything that's going on in the festival. And all of this builds on the free concerts that we already offer, which is really kind of the focus of the festival, the school performance and nursing home concert, which last year reached over 270 children, nursing home residents and staff. The free community gala concert on the Friday night, which welcomed over 140 members of the Oberon community, many of whom had never been to a classical concert before. These events are a big part of why we do what we do, and they really remain at the heart of the festival. We have locked in some of Australia's best classical musicians, performers who usually appear on the stage of the Sydney Opera House and in Melbourne and internationally. And they are coming to Oberon because they believe in what we're doing here and they love it. Just earlier this month, I was chatting with the principal double bass of the Sydney Symphony, who performs every week in the Sydney Opera House. And he told me Oberon Festival last year was actually the highlight of his year. He said just the atmosphere, the scenery, the beautiful hall, the great music making, the quality of the performances. It's kind of like this rare match of place, people and music, and it all comes together to create a really memorable experience. So that kind of echoes the sentiments that many of the musicians and volunteers and also audience members expressed to me after last year's festival. So yeah, he's coming back this year. To deliver all of this, we're asking Oberon Council to consider an increase in the Section 356 funding this year. Your support of $7,000 last year made a huge difference. And this year, your support will help us grow, to keep our community events free and to spread the benefits of the festival right across the town. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your support. And we're really proud to be bringing this festival to Oberon. And I hope to see many of you there in November.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the public? Yes, Robert.
I'm Robin Wiseman, Mayor, councillors and everyone else. I have a question. If the Oberon Council is our to look after the municipality of Oberon, and other councils do the same thing. Can you tell me where the UN, the United Nations fit in? Because I know from what I've been reading that they are involved in our councils. And I just wondered if you could give us.
Thank you, Robert. We've taken a notice, but
Yes.
I'm not quite sure,
Well, I'm
in what area you're
I'm
looking at.
learning about how the government has been forming from a long way back, and from 1986, from the Australia Act. I don't know at all. I just know that council fits into the UN, the UN fits into our council somehow, and I just wondering whether that might be COAG or
Well,
something
I'm
like
not,
that.
well, we can look at it, but the Local
Thank you.
Government Act actually
No,
is
that's
what our
okay.
governing charter is, or our act applies to us, so I'm
Yeah.
just not sure.
I just wondered because I thought,
Well, we'll have a look if it's got any relevance, but I'm,
because people are talking about it, that's all.
okay,
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I'll move to item 9, mayoral minute and report. 9.1.
Number 8.
Sorry. Oh, sorry, I missed 8. Apologies, confirmation of minutes, 8.1, ordinary minutes of 15th of April, 2025. Recommendation is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 15th of April, 2025 be confirmed. Have a motion, please. Councillor Hayden, seconder, please. Councillor Graham, thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to move the minutes. There were a couple of smaller items and I will email that through tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Further trade.
Okay, any other discussion on this? Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do have a couple of corrections that I need to point out. The first one is item 13.4, which is page 15 of the minutes or page 25 of our business papers. And it relates to the energy fund, whatever it's called. And if you have a look at that page, you'll see that the motion or the amendment that was put, part 1 stated receive and note the findings of the report, etc. Part 2 said approve the preparation of an application. But then when you look further down the page and what the adopted resolution was, instead of receive and note the findings, it says endorse the findings. And instead of approve the preparation of an application, it says approve the preparation and submission of an application. So they were some changes that were made on the night that have appeared in the actual amendment that shows up in the minutes, but they haven't transferred through to the adopted resolution. And they are important because we did have problems with the findings, so we didn't want to endorse them. We were just receiving and noting them. And at that stage, we were not approving that we submit an application. We were just saying prepare it and come back to the May meeting. So it is important that we get the wording of the resolution correct.
My recollection is I think that was correct, actually.
And saying the amendments during the 7 days. Let's work it on.
I'm happy to have a look at it.
I think we have a look. I think that, I
That's fine.
think from memory, my recollection is, I think correct, but if anyone else.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm correct because I've checked the recording. And
Yeah, I think.
yeah, and we can't have an
No.
amendment which gets passed,
Which is different to the motion. Yeah, no, I'm
which is
pretty sure.
different from what.
I'm pretty
is in
sure
the
you are correct,
resolution.
but I just in my recollection of what Was that going to resolve? I think that's
And it also becomes important when we get to that report later in today's meeting, because one of my questions is going to be whether we need to actually resolve to submit the application, because we didn't do it last month. Yeah.
Okay, so have you, is that,
That was my first one. My other one is on page 20 of the minutes, which would be page 30 of the business papers, and it is items 13.9.
councillors, please?
And there's also something a bit odd going on with this recording of what was decided. What happened when this item came up last month? The first motion that was moved was from Councillor Hayden and Councillor Leveris, which is part of down page 21. But that is shown as an amendment. What these minutes are showing is that the first motion moved was from Councillor Trembath and myself, and that was not the case. The first motion was from Hayden and Leveris, and then Councillor Trembath and myself moved the amendment which came after that, and that's just not how it's appearing in the minutes.
Again, I think that is correct. Yes, my recollection too. Thank you for raising it.
And
Those changes we made, yes.
thank you, and that's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Any other matters? All right, if not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Go to item 9, Merrill Minute and Report. The recommendation is that report item 9.01 is received as information. I'll move the motion. Of a seconder. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Discussion on this Merrill Minute.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've just got 2 points. If you can give us further information
Yes,
on the
certainly.
correspondence, the Honorary Rose Jackson, and then on the 6th of May, the invitation. Correspondence from Penny Sharp regarding State Forest. Just those 2.
Yeah, I'll start with the first one.
Yes, thanks.
So the letter to Rose Jackson was in respect to the 7th of April, in respect to the sewage treatment plant. And that letter was in after we had, the general manager and I, plus the project manager Gary Stiles, had a meeting with Rose Jackson. Several issues arose. We had the current grant that we have for the sewage treatment plant came out of Restart program, and that program is due to expire. And a new program, Safe and Secure Water, is being commenced. So what we're trying to do is have the funding that we have under the Restart program transferred over to that, because it's unclear what would happen if we haven't commenced the project and we haven't used the money from the grant. So that was number 1. And number 2 was we were explaining to the minister and her advisors our situation with the delta we have in relation to the sewage treatment plant, of what funding we have available via grants, via what we can contribute from the sewer fund and from what we've presently taken out as loans, and how with our tenders we have a delta that needs to be funded, and council is reluctant at all to go into further borrowings because we do not want to put the council into financial difficulties. So that was the gist of it. We're waiting for a response to that, and we're sending also a letter of the similar nature to the treasurer himself. And the second one, sorry?
Second one on the 7th of May.
Oh, Penny Sharp one.
Yes, thank you.
So the Penny Sharp one was in relation to 3 matters in particular, 4 matters actually. Economic and social analysis, and having that done independently. As you know, forestry's come back to us and said they won't fund. I think if I look at the Pines Wind Farm website, it's sort of indicating that they're going to do it. I don't know that we've had an explicit response from them. So I've asked the government, I've explained the need for an independent economic and social analysis, how council should commission it, and we should be funded to do so. So it is seen as completely independent, both perception wise and actually. The second issue is about rates. I've said forestry won't comment to us as to whether we are able to levy rates on these wind turbines if they go into our forests, and on what basis that will be. There'll be two commercial activities, and we currently have 48% of our council area occupied by unrateable land, basically national parks and forestry, and that we shouldn't have to, if these things do go ahead, that we should have the right to raise rates or have an equivalent amount paid to us in respect to that. And we were talking about business rates, not rural rates. The third aspect is that the RESs have been given a huge amount of money where wind farms are going up, but Oberon is having the wind towers imposed on us, but we're not treated as a RES. We're not given the amounts of money that the RESs are, and we're not giving all the other considerations. And why? And the question is, why not? The fourth aspect I raised was using Flyers Creek as an example over at Carcool, or near Carcool, on Burnt Yards Road, to say that the damage that has been done to the roads in that area is in the order of, I understand from the Mayor of Blaney, about 5 to 6 million. They're having huge arguments with the company about the reconstruction and rehabilitation of the roads. What is the government proposing in relation to that for wind farms? Are there going to be bonds put in place to secure a funding source for councils to repair roads or reconstruct if the proponent doesn't do it? So they're the four aspects I wrote.
That's excellent. Thanks for your hard work, Mr. Mayor.
I think that was it. I think they're the four issues. Thank you, Councillor Hayden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note there's a significant number of correspondence pieces in here, as well as meetings you've attended. I do note that there has been 5 attendances with community-facing events, and I'm just wondering, looking at the Merrill minute here as it sits, it's more like a diary entry. I'm just wondering if you would be able to expand on your Merrill minute and report in future meetings, and it may actually speed up some processes and be more conducive to our meeting time frame, so that instead of councillors sitting here asking individual pieces, if those individual pieces that are of importance get expanded into a broader report for the future. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
So we'd like me to put a little bit of a descriptor on each item.
Well, just do it as a report. So anything that is significant that means ministerial in meetings and so on, that you expand on those throughout the body of the report with your brief diarised entry at the top.
Okay, well, I can look at that. Obviously, I don't want this report to go for 10 pages.
I would prefer 10 pages than ask 10 million questions that takes up time in the meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one question. On the 30th of April, there was a Angus World Forum at Sunny Point. Sounds like a very grand event. Was there news crews and reporters there, and what did you learn?
Thank you, Councillor. I have to say this was the first stop of the Angus Trek, which went to the Angus Forum in Brisbane, International Angus Forum. There are over 250 international guests that attended the Angus Trek, and the first stop outside Sydney was Sunny Point at their Mount Norway property. And I want to applaud the work of the Morehoods family who put that on, but I also want to thank Opta, thank council employees and Drew and his team who catered for that event. It was absolutely magnificent how these international visitors were looked after, treated, and I can only say it. I think internationally it was publicised all over the world, and it was a great tribute to everyone involved. Not least the Morewood family and what they've done at Sunny Point. The meal that they put on, and I know Councillor McCarthy was there, was absolutely superb.
I missed out, sorry.
Oh, you missed out on it. But the meal, it was an absolutely magnificent event, and everyone was spoken. We had the international president of the International Angus Association, applaud the performance, but they did. I think it was fantastic for Oberon to be seen nationally, and all in all, as their first stop on their Angus trek, which then went to Orange, I think back to Bathurst to Millabara and Carew, then through the Hunter Valley up north to Tamworth, I think up to Warwick and then finally to Brisbane for the 7th and 8th of May for the forum. I can say just the publicity that Oberon received and how it was done was nothing but extraordinary.
Thank you.
Any other question? All right, if not, I put motion as per 9.1. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Councillors, I have a 9.2 Merrill minute, which I think has been put in front of you. I'd move the motion that Oberon Council, one, thank Jenny Bennett for the outstanding work she has undertaken at the Central New South Wales Joint Organisation and its predecessor Centroc, and two, wish Jenny all the best in her retirement. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Graham? Yeah, thank you. I think the background information speaks for itself. I don't want to repeat that. Jenny's retiring, and I think she's done a magnificent job for us and for all the Central West councils in what she's done in that 20 years. She certainly made the Central New South Wales Joint Organisation the best in New South Wales. It's been fantastic to work with her and in her position. She's always proactive, always looks at working with other people, looking at different directions, how we can expand, how we can advocate. And she's going to be very much missed at the JO. So I commend this motion to you. Any other? Andrew?
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry.
I would fully agree with everything you just said. Jenny's led the JO magnificently, and I think we benefit a lot from her being there too. So, yep, support that.
Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I just want to wish my best to Jenny Bennett. Jenny Bennett has been an absolute stalwart of the JO. For the near 4 years that I've been attending meetings and policy labs that we have with the joint organisation, Jenny has been the salt of the earth type person that can explain everything to councillors and new councillors in an uncomplicated way. And I'm deeply going to miss her being there.
I think we all would thank you. Any further discussion? If not, I put the motion and I'll pass this on to her at the meeting on the 28th. I'll put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We go to item 10, notices of motion, 10.1 communications.
Mr. Mayor, I've got an alternative motion for this.
Thank you.
I've sent it over to Sharon.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. The notice of motion, whoever submits the notice of motion is supposed to move it. It's in the code of meeting practice, and then if there's an amendment, it can happen later.
What's my notice of motion?
Yep, that's right. So you're entitled to move your motion.
But if there's an alternate put up in,
No,
right,
that's an exception to that rule.
that's right.
Just Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, it was allowed last meeting.
Yes, and it's been allowed a couple of times, and I mentioned it to you, Mr. Mayor, that that is the one situation where it is spelled out that who submitted the motion as a notice of motion is entitled to move it. I can't remember the clause of the code.
3 point.
It might be later in the code where it talks about moving motions. I don't think it's in the.
I thought it
On
said,
10.
if you move the motion, yes, but if someone moves an alternate motion prior to it.
Yeah, that doesn't apply to a notice of motion, is my recollection of the code.
The motion is still a notice of motion.
I agree with you that But if someone puts an alternate, anyway, we'll look at it. Do you remember which section of the code?
It's 10.2,
Yes.
but it stays silent on the,
Can you read out what it's?
I think it just is.
so a councillor who has submitted a notice of motion under 310 is to move the notice of motion subject to the notice of motion at the meeting to which it's being considered. That's 10.2. If a councillor has submitted a notice of motion under 310 wishes to withdraw, it's applicable. In the absence of a councillor who has placed a notice of motion, that
Under that first bit, but whoever submits it moves.
I think you'll have to look after 10:15 because there's actually a motion that's a point that states any alternate motion may be put forward prior to the motion being read. And then that will overwrite the notice of motion because of course a notice of motion must be put by the person putting it forward. But if someone has an alternative, then that will go because I've been subject to that. Other councils have been subject to that. And then broader looking through the code of meeting practice, it's listed in there. Sharon, there's reference for that.
That's an amendment too.
That's not my understanding of 10:15.
10:15 is about amendments.
Read after. I don't have anything listed after that here, but go after that with alternative motions.
this is full show.
It's not referencing that, I'm sorry, council.
Through the chair on the basis that you've dealt with it previously.
Basically, I think to do it the same way.
It forms part of the provision within the meeting. It's part of the agenda item. I'm happy to take the comments from councillor Tucker on notice to seek some advice in that regard.
Better than currently we'll proceed as.
I'm happy
All right.
for you to rule accordingly.
So the amendment is,
Well,
the alternate motion.
Yeah. Sorry.
The alternate motion is,
Okay, I'll read it out anyway. Okay, it's to I've got 2 points, to reinstate the monthly community newsletter in its previous format with both online and print distribution. And point number 2, I've got the budget allocation for this project will be in line with the original community newsletter budget with possibly a 10% contingency added to account for any unforeseen equal costs. So in other words, just go back to the.
yeah. We have a second. Councillor Hayden?
I just sort of suggest we go back to the original sort of newsletter that we used to have, that used to work, as obviously the Village Voice does not seem to be basically effective as much as we thought it was. And this used to get quite a lot of, respect out there in regard. So that's the reason why.
Councillor Hayden?
Yes, I'm happy to second the motion. We had a bit of discussion about this over a period of time. It's been noted throughout the community service survey that was done. And I understand why you, Mr. Mayor, put the original forward because it seems that the information that we're putting out there just isn't getting to the community, especially our older residents. So it's not about starting something new. It's about bringing back something that worked and our residents clearly valued that. Otherwise, they would not have mentioned this. We don't need another committee. I'm sorry. We're all committed out. We've got a lot of committees and working groups, working parties, steering committees, our 356 committees, and everything of all our other statutory committees. And having a committee with 2 staff and 2 councillors, I feel it undermines the staff in a way that by putting 2 councillors and staff together, we're undermining their value because they already know how to communicate. We don't need other people telling them how to communicate. So that's one of the issues I had. I don't want any further working parties. I just believe that this motion brings back an item to the table that the community would like to see again. That's all I have to say on that.
Councillor Connor?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for bringing this notice of motion to the table, and thank you, councillors Hayden and Leveris, for joining with that. I think the interview here going back when we did change from the newsletter to where we are now is that there was a good product, but it was a council prepared product. And it had a very small budget, tight budget. It was wonderful that the council could prepare this. It's outside their normal operations, their staffing. And so what we were searching for as an alternative. And we need to go back to that original meeting, and we're looking for an alternative. I don't believe, I might be wrong, but the council is really resourced or skilled to prepare this important monthly document. The cost of the document isn't what really is important. I think it was done on a shoestring, really. It's really getting a high quality product. The previous product wasn't leveraged correctly, so we need to look at that. And lastly, I don't know of any other councils who run a newsletter. And in doing that, we're not providing the community an opportunity to participate and contribute. So I think what our mayor is trying to say is all those points in summary and saying, how about we just get some individuals to come together to come back to us with some options. And I'm happy to, unlike Councillor Hayden, I'm happy to participate in that. I think it's probably one of the most important roles to get the information out properly. So I would rather support the original motion.
Yes,
I support your original motion, speak against the alternative. The newsletter did do a job, but we can't turn it back on again. We didn't have the resources. It was part of the reason that it had to be no longer something that council could provide. And we really do need to take a big look at how we do communicate with our community. It's important. There are many ways that the world has moved. So the newsletter can serve a purpose. I think what Councillor O'Connor is talking about is a community-based communication, but we do need to look at the overall communication strategy for us as a council and keeping our community up to date. So I would support a team coming together and coming back with suggestions and out-of-the-box ideas that would get the information to the community.
That's great.
I agree with both Councillor O'Connor and Councillor Trimble. You have to go back to why we didn't continue with the newsletter. There was issues with its production. So to say that we should just start it again creates a whole lot of other problems. I think we should be looking at alternatives and bearing in mind what we want out of communication with the community. So I would go back to the original.
I'll foreshadow that if this, the alternate motion is locked, that we would go back to the motion as written in the papers. It would come out if the foreshadowed motion is approved, but the general manager might give some indication of staff time and costings for the original newsletter. If you've got those, or have any indication of those this time. I know that if we go back to the foreshadowed motion, which is the original one that would come out on that investigation. But do you have any of those at hand?
Mr. Mayor, through the chair, only what was provided to council in November, giving an outline of the staff time and the wages and the copies. We were at that point in time, the hours on staff are about 32 hours a month. To prepare that, it is quite draining the way that staff were required to put that together, which was a credit to them, to be honest, to keep on chasing that information. But the report's highlighted in that November meeting. But yeah, it's around 32 hours of staff time that we're putting in a month to prepare that document.
So the true costing, we'd have to factor that into our costing deduction.
Through the chair, yeah, we have some wages, some printing costs and some postage costs there. It's around that $4,000 a month.
Okay, anyone else speak on this? Do you want to write a reply on your alternate motion?
I'll look at, I have to say that it used to work fairly well and people used to basically encompass it, so it's a service to the community. whether it's $4,000 or $3,000 or $2,000, it worked, you know? So that's all I'm gonna say.
All right, can we put the motion up? Okay. I put the motion, all in favour? Councillor Leveris, Councillor Hayden, and Councillor McCarthy for it, all of the councillors against it. So the motion's been up, so we go back to the foreshadowed motion as per the books. I put that motion, do I second it? Councillor Graham, thank you. I would make a slight change in 3. After the words strategy, the words with costing should be deleted because they're referred to in the second line of that one. So those words with costing should be taken out. It may very well be that the result of this is that we do go back to the original newsletter, but I just want to ensure that we have, as Councillor O'Connor said, we need to ensure that we are basically getting to the community, but we're also doing it cost effectively and not taking too much staff time, which causes, which is a concern to us. And we need to do it cost effectively. So I've put the reason down there. I know that we're all concerned that we're not communicating with a section of the community, especially some of the older people. I'd say that's probably unanimous across all of us councillors, but we need to find an effective way that is also cost effective and doesn't utilise as much, considerable amount of staff time. So that's my concern. So I believe the appropriate way is that if this motion is passed, that we then need to, we have to move into a committee of the whole now, don't we, to appoint.
We've got to move there in a second.
Yes.
We can do with it.
Move into committee.
Oh, one second.
Well, I need to appoint the council employees.
Oh, that's not. I'll appoint the employees.
Yes, exactly.
You can tell, you just put that.
Mr Mayor, the seconder hasn't spoken yet.
No, I know that. I'm just getting a matter of clarification on this when this movement.
He's leading to that, so. Yep.
And Councillor Graham, as a seconder.
I think I probably said before.
Yes.
Why I'd support this motion. I think it's important to look at alternatives, not just go straight back into what we had before. I think the committee's a good idea.
Yes, I am going to speak against this motion only for the reasoning that we actually had staff there, we have employed staff that could be giving us as a council suggestions to bring forward. There are other councils like Blaney, Temora, Bathurst, Dubbo, Wellington, and not sure of Lithgow. They all produce newsletters. They also do in-house weekly newsletters for their councillors and their staff, like our Good News Week that we got removed. And they also do newsletters every month that go out to the community. And I just feel that by taking up the staff's time, you've mentioned taking up of staff time producing a newsletter, I can't see that having another working party with 2 councillors that probably don't have communication experience. We've got staff that actually communicate and have communicated previously that should be able to provide us with something. It's like the community doesn't really need a great big book. It doesn't need to be a great big flush book. Just a couple of pages that's sent out into their mail. That's how they know when things are on. This is what's come through into the survey. The request from the broader community has been, we want the newsletter. As much as I don't support creating a working party and a couple of councillors and a couple of staff to discuss this, if it's going to be the same outcome, then that's utilisation of staff time and getting the same outcome of what's just previously happened. So that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Councillor Brindle.
I'd just like to respond to, the non-experience of councillors. My background is, Director of Marketing and Communications for several international companies in my corporate history. So I do think that I can bring quite a lot to this strategy.
Yes.
Can we, liaise more with the Village Voice? How's it's ongoing? Can we, you said that we're not, Village Voice isn't getting the message out that we're trying to do for council. Can we liaise more with them to try and get some more?
You gotta talk to the mayor.
Well, we have, yeah, so we have been liaising with the Village Voice. And they are producing physical copies plus online versions.
Right.
But it still seems that a large segment of our community is either not going online or not getting the physical versions. And the Village Voice comes out every 2 weeks, not weekly. But I think all councillors would agree that we're getting a lot of feedback from our community that they're not getting information about upcoming events and what's happening overall. A lot of that's the older community. It may be publications, but it also maybe it's the notice boards, etc. more readily. So that's what my view is, that we want to look at quickly. Yes, councillor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, following on Councillor Trimbar's comments, which responding to Councillor Hayden's comments about expertise amongst our councillors. I was an accountant for 2 local regional newspapers in a former life. So I think within our group, I'm sure there's very good experience that can help guide, hopefully, a better result.
Prior to us putting the notice of motion, I would suggest we move into a committee of the whole, so that if the notice of motion gets that we have the 2 potential committee members from council representative of council staff.
Yeah. I was just going to say, if you had 2 councillors only, and you're happy with those, you can just amend the motion.
All right, do we have, well, I was going to go.
Yeah, if you're more than that.
So I'm assuming we're going to have more than 2.
Okay.
All right, well, can I have someone to move to the committee of the whole to discuss? Thank you, councillor Tremor. Councillor Graham? All right, do we have any nominations as council representatives for this proposed, and I'm saying proposed because the motion hasn't been passed yet, for this proposed committee?
I would like to nominate myself.
Thank you.
I'd like to nominate myself.
Councillor Graham, are you nominating? Anyone else? All right, we have three representatives. We'll go by a show of hands. So you can vote, as you can vote for 2, not for 3, please.
Well, it doesn't specify 2 councillors. It just says committee of councillor representatives.
Well, we're happy to have 3 representatives from council and 2 from staff, or? I mean, I've suggested 2. All right, well, if that's the case, we can move back. Could someone move us back into council meeting? Thank you. Graham. So I would agree to an amendment to part 2 of the motion, appoint a committee of councillors Trembarth, O'Connor and Graham, and 2 council staff. Boom, boom.
Will you amend your own motion?
It's a minor amendment. Or do you
No,
want
you
to?
can do a minor amendment.
It is a minor amendment, I think, and it's because we've gone in to a committee of the whole to decide it. We do that all the time with our appointment of 355 and committees and 356.
Just as we make the amendment, there's one other possibility, the timing is a little tight. And I would suggest it's probably about a 3-month project minimum.
Okay, look, I understand that, but we also need to move on this relatively quickly. We're getting a lot of feedback from our community. We have 2 months, July. If I could ask that, please. I'll ask the 3 members of the committee, that's probably the relevant. Are you happy with July? And the General Manager, are your staff, think that's okay for them?
Through the chair, I was the one who raised.
Yes,
the
you
thing
were.
that I thought June was probably a bit tight, because if you're trying to look at outside the box, better ways of communicating, I'm sure that the committee might want to look at other councils who do that. So July would work better than June.
Okay, I know June's also.
It's extremely busy, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So with those minor amendments, maybe Sharon, if you could put that up, please. Is there any further discussion? Clive, you're looking at Councillor McCarthy, you're looking at me. You want to say something?
I'm looking at what's written up.
Are you looking through me? Right.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, we're still in a meeting being recorded.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think you added the word to council staff.
Oh, yes. What do you want? I'll leave that open, I think, because might be more.
Okay.
Right, well, I'm happy with that. Is the seconder happy? Yeah. I put the motion in 3 parts. All in favour? All councillors, Councillor Hayden against, sorry. Thank you. 10.2 is Oberon Weather and Environment Station. Motion is that Oberon Council seek grant funding to install a fully automatic weather station to collect rainfall, temperature, humidity, wind, and any other available information suitable for the public. Councillor O'Connor, you're putting a motion.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder. Councillor McCarthy, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a notice of motion dear to my heart, and on an evening of fairly significant business papers. Apologise because it's not a major an issue, but Oberon at the moment is lacking weather forecasting recording. There's currently no official or publicly available recordings of Oberon rainfall and temperature records. The Bureau of Meteorology notes rainfall records for the station at Genolan Caves only. Many publications and media reports note weekly recordings of major centres, and Oberon listed as not available. We need to promote Oberon as a unique weather area and environments. Climate records are a vital source of information to our community, prospective new businesses and agricultural ventures, as well as people looking to move to Oberon. For many people looking for a new home and more business for their family in the Oberon area, the provision of accurate weather and climate data can only be of assistance in their decision making. Council could also provide this information to the BOM, media outlets, print, as well as on the Oberon Council website. So that's why I've raised this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McCarthy.
So I'm supportive of this, but I don't know where we're going to get a grant for this. I tried to ring the proponent of the motion to see whether we couldn't just pull it from the 7-Eleven account and get on with this. It's valued at about 35,000. It keeps us up to scratch, and I think we should be levying some of these wind monitoring points as a source of income to support this Bureau of Meteorology. And yes, I think we should go ahead with it, but not wait for a grant. I think we should pull some funds from.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused, Councillor McCarthy. Are you seconding this or proposing an amendment?
No, I'm not proposing an amendment. I'm just saying that we should consider this. We can come back at a later date if you feel it's strong enough, but I think that it's important enough that we fund this thing, but I'm supporting what goes ahead there at the moment.
Thank you. But Councillor Hayden.
But there's nothing out there to indicate that there's a grant all this sort of stuff.
Sorry, councillor Hayden.
Yeah, I'd like to thank councillor O'Connor for bringing this forward. I'm happy to support this motion. I am probably going to have a amendment proposed, but if we can think back to the Jubilee tree planting, and one of the promises from Andrew G had stated he was following up to get Oberon a monitoring station, weather monitoring station at the Falls Hill site. So I'm just wondering whether we should have an amendment to the motion to chase up Mr. Andrew G and see where he was up to with, in fact, his comment and statement of supplying one of these. I think from recollection, it was 29th of November 2023 when he made that statement. That was the Jubilee tree planting that was up at the Rotary Hill there. So I'm just, I'll propose an amendment. And the amendment will read as 3 points. 1 point, that council write to Mr. Andrew G and ask for any details of his statement from November 2023, where he was going to organise to get a meteorology station for Oberon's Falls Hill. Number 2, that Oberon Council fund a meteorological station for Falls Hill from Council 711 funds. We do it that way? Do a third one.
Through the chair, that's the two motions in their own right would contradict each other.
Because
You
you
have
are
a right to, for fund.
All right.
and to fund it, and then
Yeah.
funding yourself.
Yeah, okay, failing, can I write failing information being provided by Andrew G that a report come back to the council to make some final decisions.
That's,
I can't do things I'm not typing.
just through the chair, just in terms of clarification. Even through the first one to say, look for green funds, writing to Andrew G probably would be one of.
So leave that in
first-
there as a point,
Yeah. it
because I
probably
don't
should
want to
be.
leave that, I want to leave that in there as well.
So
Just amending 2 more points.
adding 2 points.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna look at, so if we keep what's there as
Yeah,
one,
and then have the other 2 points, right to Andrew G, see where he's up to on his investigation to get that. Because he's the one that brought the issue up and he said he would get it for Oberon.
we,
That
that statement was obviously recorded somewhere, wasn't it?
Oh, he made this, I can't remember who was, it was, Mark Allen was there at that stage, the Brian, yeah.
Second.
Yes, sir. And the third, sorry, just to clarify what you're saying, the third one, failing. Is there a third one? Failing.
Well, bring a report back to council.
Right, do you have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Councillor. You've spoken to it,
Thanks,
I.
Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Connor.
Thanks, fellow councillors, for the support. I'd just like to say, just to sort of get some momentum, get some traction, I'd prefer to say seek grant or external funding and leave it as broad as possible so that we can turn our minds to potential opportunities rather than previous statements from politicians. But anyway, that's.
Eight. As far as you can have it, the original potential additional common for sales. Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion? Yes, councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm against the motion, not because I oppose Oberon having a weather station, absolutely support it. I just don't think it is council's responsibility to seek grant funding for it. It's way outside a normal council's responsibilities. And on account of that, I think our chances of being successful with grant funding would be just about zero. I'm not aware of any suitable grant opportunities, but I think the response would be, well, council, you don't do weather investigations, and I just don't think we would be successful. I think a better way to go would be to be in contact with the Bureau of Meteorology and try to urge them either directly or through politicians or whoever to reinstate a station in Oberon. And potentially we could offer that could be on a council site, such as at the tip, and with any, if any readings are required, I think they're automatic, but if they were required, we could have council staff do that. I think that would be a more sensible way to go.
So you're proposing?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying I'm not going to support the motion for that reason.
Any other discussion on this? Councillor Hayden, you want to reply on your amendment?
No, I do feel that we do need to be a little bit proactive in trying to get some of these small infrastructure items for Oberon. I mean, considering we do actually maintain roads and we do actually have to know when roads are flooded or when there's weather events and so on and so forth. So, I mean, there is a little small window in there. But Andrew G did state that he was going to try. He's the federal minister on meteorology federal. Let's hope that he might be able to source something and it might give some strength to getting one reinstated. That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, I put the amendment. All in favour? So the amendment is supported by all councillors except councillor Tucker. So the amendment now becomes the motion. All in favour of the motion? Same people, councillor Tucker against. Thank you. The amendment passed. Thank you. We go to 11, councillors and delegates report. 11.1 is Country Mayors Association meeting the 28th of March 2025. The recommendation is that council receive and note the delegates report for the 28th of March 2025 Country Mayors Association meeting. I take councillor Graham, you're moving that. Thank you. Seconded. Thank you, councillor Trembar. All right, councillor Graham. Thank you for attending.
It was a good meeting.
Yes.
I think Oberon Council benefits by attending country mayors. There's always very good speakers, particularly at this one that was the New South Wales Auditor General. He had lots of interesting things to say, and if you read the communique that was attached to the council papers, you'll probably agree. And it's not a full report, but it covers everything.
Thank you. Did the Honourable Penny Sharp have anything to say about wind farms at all?
No.
Not in this meeting, no. No. Councillor Trevor?
I've got nothing further to add, but just thank you for the report. It was very informative.
Yeah, it was very thorough. Thank you. Councillor Hayden?
Yes, thanks for the report. I did read everything in there, as no, I always do. And also, thank you to Deputy Mayor Katie Graham. She also attended on the Mayor's behalf at the recent one, just on the 9th of May. And I'll be waiting with bated breath to actually see that communique when it comes out. As you know, being all the health issues that we have, the health service issues in Oberon. So that would be interesting to see what comes of that one. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this matter? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. 11.2 RFS Zone Liaison Meeting 9th of April 2025. The recommendation is that council receives and note the Rural Fire Services Zone Liaison Committee Delegates Report. Do I have a motion? Councillor McCarthy? Seconder, please. Councillor Hayden. Councillor McCarthy.
Straightforward, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Hayden.
I'd like to thank Councillor McCarthy for providing his delegate report. As you know, I'm always harping on about delegates' reports, and he actually provided one. Although it is brief, I thank him very much for it.
Just a question.
Right, reply, Councillor McCarthy.
Just
About
a
the
question,
brevity.
just a question, Mr Mayor. Do you want to take up the option on the last paragraph? You didn't read it, did you?
Yes, I did read it. I read it the other night and I thought, we got a costing on that, General Manager.
Through the chair, the only thing I'd say is that if the council are going to do it, we'd have to use an MR funding that we provide to RFS to do it. I don't have a number at this point in time.
So do you want investigator cost of that or what do you want? Yeah, okay. All right, no further discussion? I put the motion, all in favour. Thank you, carried unanimously. 11.3 Black Springs Community Association meeting 14th of April 2025. Recommendation is that council receive and note the Black Springs Community Association delegates report. Councillor McCarthy, do I have a motion as per the recommendation?
Yes, it's pretty straightforward.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hayden, Councillor McCarthy.
No add.
Right. Councillor Hayden.
I'd like to thank Councillor McCarthy for his report. I was a little confused as to what IBD was, but it's correct what's stated there. There are some interesting meetings at Black Springs and I really applaud the report.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this matter?
Mr Mayor,
Yes.
I disagree with what Councillor Hayden. You nearly fall asleep while you wait.
I mean, councillor Hayden make a comment about that we're having recording, but yes, okay. All right, thank you. I'll put the report. Thank you. Now put the motion, sorry. All in favour? Thank you. Right, we go to 11.4 Burragorn District Community Association meeting 9th of May 2025. Recommendation is that council receive and note the Burragorn District Community Association delegates report. I'll move the motion or a seconder. Councillor Hayden, thank you. I think the paper speaks for itself. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'd like to thank you, Mr Mayor, for putting forward the report.
Is it brief enough?
It's different. I just wanted to say that part E of your report, I'm not sure how to take the writing of that, but I'll just take it as nice.
Yes.
Perhaps. And Mark, there was the, regarding Mark the stonemason, his name's Mark Hine, and I did have further conversation and clarification with Mr McDonald, the secretary at Burriga, and I haven't been able to catch up with Mr Hine at the moment. He's just finished the rock wall out at Highland Farm, and I'm sure he will be more than happy to attend and have a look. I did request measurements, but they didn't come to me, so I will take him out and he will then provide the same that he would with the measurement.
I think the issue with the measurements is they were a bit confused because of they had to put this arch across, and that's why they thought.
Yeah, the arch wasn't the issue, it was more so the width, breadth,
Right.
height.
Well, there was some.
But it's all good, I'll get it sorted, thank you.
All right, any further discussion on this matter? No, I put the motion, all in favour. Thank you. Passed unanimously. 11.5 Local Government New South Wales Rural and Regional Summit. The recommendation is council receive and note the Local Government New South Wales Rural and Regional Summit Delegates Report. Can motion, Councillor Hayden. Councillor Graham, thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'm happy to move the recommendation to accept this report. I know that when I write reports, they are quite lengthy. It is 16 pages. And I did also add into that the government response to the inquiry into the ability of local government to fund infrastructure and services. As well as I note that the mayor was interested in hearing about the fags, because at the time at the conference, there wasn't a great deal of information. There wasn't a great deal of information in regards to the response because it wasn't released until the 7th, very late. So I've included those other pages and Premier Min's media release. So it's quite lengthy. Some of the information in there and the key takeaways from this and the highlights of the summit were around the disaster management and the disaster recovery of the events from 220, 221, 222, Eugowra and northern New South Wales around Kempsey. So there were some significant challenges, and then there were significant challenges that were met by the mayors in our central western regional areas. And there was some very good information that came out of that reconstruction activity, some of the preparedness plans that they're putting forward, and some of the links to some of those sites for anyone interested in viewing. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hayden. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Hayden for a very comprehensive report. Well done. And
Councillor Carthy.
the summit was very good to go to, and I'd recommend it to anybody for the next one. One thing that the Biosecurity Commissioner talked about, invasive species and how there's too many bodies involved in the regulation of it all. And she just announced her retirement, unfortunately. So who knows whether that will sort of go ahead in the same way. Don't know.
It is after her report is submitted to the government, though.
Yes.
Because she's not retiring until the 8th of August or August. I'm not sure what the 8th is the correct
She
time.
did have a pretty good grasp on
Yes.
what's going on, I think. Yeah. The other thing was the National Building Commissioner who talked, and the amount of information that he had on tap that he showed up on the screen of all the supposedly dodgy builders and tradesmen, which was all available on his website. So it's interesting to look at, and perhaps there could be a link on our website, because you could look up any tradesman and find out whether they've got complaints against them or whatever. That was amazing amount of information that he was able to show us.
Thank you. Discussion on this? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We go to 12 committee reports. 12.1 Local Emergency Management Committee meeting 10th of February 2005. Oh, just hold for a sec. We want to bring. We've got the readings. 12.1 Local Emergency Management Committee meeting 10th of February 2025. The recommendation is a council receive and note the minutes of the Local Emergency Management Committee meeting held on 10th of February 2025. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Leveris, Councillor O'Connor. Thank you.
I just have a question through the chair of the Technical Service Director.
You are moving the motion.
Oh,
Yes. Yes, right here.
report. Yeah, I'll withdraw that because I actually jumped the,
He's jumped his paper.
I jumped the paper, sorry.
Right, so you're moving the motion about the local. So you're going to talk on this?
No.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we talking about 12.1?
Yes, we are. Sorry.
Okay. I've just got a question for the Director of Technical Services. The previous police officer in town, he was a resident of Oakland, I believe. The question is the new officer who's in charge a resident of Oakland, and is there a permanent officer being appointed?
I believe there have been recently, and I think we're due to meet him soon. Yeah. I can't
answer that.
Yes.
So the new sergeant is moving to Oberon. In fact, he's building a house right now.
One.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, discussion, further discussion on, yes, councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick question through you, the director, if I may. On page 113, it talks about emergency operations centre, and it says the fire control centre is not suitable for that. And it says the RFS is not responsible for providing the emergency operations centre, because emergency might be something totally different. I think I'm right in saying that council is either responsible for it or certainly has a very major role in identifying a suitable site. So that's the first part of the question. And second part is, did the committee consider our new library community centre? Because that was one of the points that was mentioned when that was being redeveloped.
So, yes,
So the
Three, yes.
following this meeting, there had been a meeting with the regional emergency management officer, our general manager, and the Videocon from the police to decide on a new ERC, which is going to be the library, with the alternative being here in nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, councillor Hayden, sorry.
Yes, I was reading through the report and with interest, I came upon the section that stated Nick Fletcher raised a follow-up regarding after hours contact issue on the 19th of December when a tree fell across the road. And attempts to contact council's after hours number were unsuccessful because the landline directed callers to the message about the Christmas party. It's probably is a bit of a concern when we come up to these holiday periods and a disaster occurs and something happens. We probably need to be a little bit more forthcoming in making sure that emergency contact numbers are somewhere prominent, maybe on our website all the time, because we've had the issue prior with a gas outage that had occurred several years ago. We have issues where there'll be more flooding events, more fire events. And I'm hoping out of this local emergency management committee, I'm hoping that they start formulating a preparedness plan moving forward, because I'd like, even if the delegates on council or whoever on council can have that conversation and start preparedness now for the next event so that we can be on top after everything that has been going on in the state for the last several years since 2019. I think as a council, we're pretty prepared, but I don't think anyone can ever be really prepared. But that's something that I want to see some further focus on down the track. That's all I have.
I'll ask the general manager to reply.
Well, I couldn't agree more with councillor Hayden, and if anyone went through a pandemic like we did, there was no way we could prepare for what that was. But as an organisation, I think we were reasonably robust to get those actions in place. That matter, we do have all the numbers and all of the spaces. It was just that particular individual didn't use the right one for that particular matter. The requirements for councils to have a disaster adaptation plan are front and centre under the new provisions of the emergency services provisions. It's a new guideline that's been brought out. Reconstruction Authority are running that, so they're helping councils prepare those. The last thing is that as part of the obligations under the LEMC, they need to prepare an M plan, like an emergency management plan. And we're currently reviewing that to update it to the 25 standards now. So those sort of things are well in train in regards to having those plans in place.
Thank you. Any further?
Yeah, I actually do have a question. Through the chair to Cornelia, is there any update on the trialling of a exempt registration with the RFS? And New South Wales farmers for firefighting vehicles within 100 kilometre
Radius of the fire.
Yeah. Any update on that?
Through the chair, I have no update on that, but I can take it on notice.
Yes, if you put it, so I think it does, it's been in the wings for a long time. I don't know what's been resolved.
Still waiting for the minister to make a decision, haven't they?
Right, I think that is. Thank you. No further discussion? I'll put them,
Yes.
sorry, councillor McCarthy.
We do need a contact number when someone rings the council. Over the Christmas break, when we're having a Christmas party, I had to ring Gary's personal mobile number. We had an incident over in the industrial site and they couldn't get through to the office. There's someone should be here, or especially when working hours, we're still working hours, although there was a Christmas party on.
I'll ask, yeah.
Through the chair to respond to that, I investigated into that and I confirmed with the person had they rung the right number. They said yes, they had. I confirmed with the person that had the call out phone at the time, if they had received any calls, or had any missed calls, which I checked on the phone and said there was nothing there. So there was a person on call that day that didn't attend the Christmas party and had the phone with them. It could have been that they attended another matter and were out of the section. The tree matter did get attended that day on the day of the Christmas party. People asked for an alternative number to be provided to them in addition to the on-call after hour number, which is on our website. And I provided my mobile number to be contacted as an alternative, should that happen again, that they cannot get hold of the on-call number.
Okay, well, I tried with their mobile, I couldn't get through. So I dismiss what you just said at the time, and I just had to go home then and get Gary's number to ring him. So I tried myself and still couldn't get through. So please, anyway, it didn't happen. We never got through to the works manager, the outdoor staff.
Well, I've got to
I've
be doing
got through the general manager and I thank him for his actions. Thank you.
All right.
The point of order.
Well, no.
Point of order. It's been happening occasionally in our meetings. I think, Director of Technical Services have provided an answer that sounded very logical and explained the situation.
Point of order on the point of order. Could the point of order please
Can you ask
refer
for
to the section?
You've got to actually refer to the provision under the.
The vision under the code is that, I find, the question from.
What code number?
Sorry, if you need a code number, I'll retract. All I was really saying is we need to respect each other in our conversations. So
All right, I'll put the motion all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you. We go to 12.2 Black Springs Community Hall Committee meeting, 24th of April 2025. The recommendation is that Council 1, receive and note the minutes of the Black Springs Hall Committee held on 24th April 2025. 2, endorse the revised meeting schedule for the Black Springs Hall Committee to be held every second month on the third Thursday, commencing Thursday, the 19th of June 2025. Are you moving this, Councillor Hayden? Is it at 5:30 p.m? Are you happy to add those words
Where's it? Yeah.
into B?
Yeah, sorry.
Includes?
Just
Councillor
minor
Hayden?
amendment. Yeah.
Right, you're moving it. If you have a second, please. Councillor McCarthy, thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, happy to move the Black Springs Community Hall Committee meeting on the 24th of April. There was a couple of individuals that couldn't make it. One was due to a birthday and the other was due to a sickness, and that's a shame. And we are going to be proactively sourcing some further members who may be interested. The time frame of 5:30 and the meeting every 2 months is, while there's still a few sections of work that actually need to have further discussion and looking into and getting some finalisation done. And that's it. And I'd like to thank Matt and Victoria for their work. Being minute takers, thank you.
Councillor McCarthy.
Nothing to add.
Anyone else? No one else. I'll put the motion all in favour. Carried unanimously. 12.3 Community Services Committee, 24th of April 2025. The recommendation is that Council 1 receive and note minutes of the Community Services Committee held on 24th April 2025. 2, endorse the revised meeting schedule for the Community Services Committee to be held bi-monthly on the third Thursday, commencing Thursday, the 19th of June 2025. Is it at 3 p.m?
At 3 p.m.
3:30 p.m. Councillor Graham, you push it. moving this motion as per the recommendation. You have a second, councillor Hayden, councillor Graham.
It's all there for you to read. I'll just say that it was a good initial meeting. Everybody contributed and we tried to look into the future. And the picnic in the park update, it was the day, 2 days before the picnic. So since then, the picnic seemed to be a big success. People seemed to enjoy it and a lot of people were there and it worked out really well.
Thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, it was a good meeting. First time on the Community Services Committee. I found it interesting. There was actually just an omission in the extended paperwork in the minutes here around general business. There was some general business that was mentioned that just hasn't made the papers. But overall, it was good. It was a good group of people from different broad ranges and, yeah, moving forward, I hope that, some further programs and events will be seen down the track.
So I'm a little confused. You said there's some general business.
Yeah, so general business under general business isn't noted in the minutes. I'm highlighting that it isn't noted in the minutes. It's pretty simple. There was general business called on the day and we went round the table to anyone that had any general business and I added my part and so on, added their part and so on. There were just ideas flowing forward about being Christmassy and having a community Christmas tree and continuing on with lots of.
So that's in relation to the minutes that are the attachment.
That's it, that's correct.
Right, okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Any further issues on this in relation to this? Right, I'll put the motion in two parts as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. 13, reports for decision. Policy 3134, community participation in planning decisions. The recommendation is that council endorse policy 3134, noting that this is simply creating a standalone policy which originally sat within policy 1120, community engagement strategy, which has previously been exhibited, noting the proposed removal. Can I have a mover or a motion, please? Councillor Hayden, seconder, please. Councillor O'Connor, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'm happy to move that as previous meetings heard be mentioned of the removal of Appendix A from our community engagement strategy. This is a replacement standalone policy. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you for the report. Nothing further to add.
Anything further from anyone? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We go to 13.2, policy 1120, community engagement strategy. Recommendation is the revised policy 1120, community engagement framework and strategy be adopted as presented. Do I have a mover of a motion, please? Councillor Hayden. Councillor O'Connor, thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Have the motion as recommended, Mr Mayor, and I just wanted to note, thank you for the additions in there, noting my feedback on the processes and let's hope we get you said we did in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you for the report. Nothing further to add.
Thank you. Any further commentary? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. 13.3, foregone revenue and donation reporting. The recommendation is that council, 1, note the estimated value of community contributions and foregone revenue provided under section 356 of the Local Government Act across the council facilities and services. 2, endorse the annual reporting section 356 contributions as part of council's financial reporting and operational planning processes. 3, endorse further consultation with user groups, the Oberon Library and Community Centre, develop a staged implementation of a revised community hire fee structure. 4, receive a further report in relation to future options for sustainable use and management of Black Springs Hall. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor O'Connor, seconder, please. Councillor Tucker, Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Director of Corporate Services, for the foregone revenue and donation report. This report carries a weight of responsibility on us as councillors that we are in fact endorsing the waiving of fees on behalf of the community. It's important that we view this report not in isolation, but in combination with the Section 365 donation program accordingly. I would like to offer, I'm not sure if it's an amendment, but a comment, if that's okay. And then I don't, it's such a good report, I don't want to add to it, but I just feel as though under point 3, a report be prepared for council, consider outlining possible fee structure options based on that currently imposed by other regional councils. So what I'm just saying is fleshing out point 3, just getting back some more.
I was going to propose an amendment.
Okay, you do that. Thanks.
Who was your second? Sorry.
Councillor Tucker.
Councillor Tucker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Likewise, I was impressed with this report, so thank you to the director and to Victoria. It's not an easy topic to be really specific because you have to make assumptions and you can't be totally objective with something like this, but I think it is a very good attempt to show councillors and to show the public just the services and the value of those services that we are providing without fees. And I'm guessing that may have played a part in us managing to get Section 356 donations reduced from where they have been in previous years. So I think that is also a useful outcome. I did just have a couple of quick questions, if I may, looking on well, it would be page 150, the list of facilities and programs and the estimated foregone revenue. There is no mention of the rugby league ground, and I'm guessing that's because of the current situation with that being the impending closure of that, but not certain what the arrangements will be at the new facility. So am I right in guessing that that's why that's not mentioned?
Through the chair, absolutely.
Yes, good, thank you. And the other question was the last item on the list, Oberon Golf Club, 20,800, and it does mention the fuel and whatever else it was. Water. Does mention any estimate, does it include any estimate of the discounted lease? The amount they pay in the lease is extremely small, and I wonder if there was an attempt to say what the commercial lease fee would be to include that as well.
Through the chair, we did try and have a look at that. It's very difficult to get a commercial benchmark.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So at this point in time, it was just the water and the fuel, but it's definitely one of the things in the broader picture that is on the list to potentially see how we could at least try to estimate something in that nature.
And likewise, I'm certainly not proposing that at the moment we introduce fees for any of those facilities, but I am happy with that, that we further consult and investigate possible fee structures. So I'm happy with that as it stands. Thank you, Mr Mayor. That was all.
Yes, Councillor Hope.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Matt and the team for providing this report. It actually shows how much we actually do give back to the community. However, some issues in here with our library and community centre, like it's a significant cost. It's a significant cost to council. Having community groups, I'd actually like to see a fee structure. I have no qualms in saying it openly that I do believe in a user pay system. So I would like to see these community groups, they get membership through fees and charges. And for our facilities, we should be actually charging some fees and having a structure in place for that. There was an issue with the Black Springs part that our corporate services director and that has put in that one. I know the figures are basically not correct, but it also doesn't have in there around the reciprocal arrangement under MOUs with, the BSCA going in and cleaning the hall prior to any events, as well as having to be on standby should someone not be able to get in. The secretary's always helping, taking rubbish away and cleaning up after the fact. So, that was something that I just noticed wasn't really accounted into that section. I know it's just briefing it up, but it was just something that needs to be thought about as well, because some of these community groups that do have MOUs, and especially around an asset, they actually do contribute significantly. And it also doesn't highlight the fact that the BSCA have contributed significantly with toilets and bathrooms and acoustic panels and repairs and other associated things when it comes to that hall. So that was just something I wanted to bring up in there. Thank you.
Yes, sorry.
Through the chair, just to Councillor Hayden, absolutely, I think this report didn't price a lot of the benefits that these community groups bring through MOU exchanges, social interactions with our groups. It purely aimed to try and focus on the waiver fee component, part of the 3.6, but absolutely across the community, these groups do amazing work for everyone in our community, and that is not something that's priced into this report.
I'm going to propose an amendment. The amendment will leave 1, 2 and 4 as is. But in relation to 3, sorry, I haven't given these words to Sharon, but I'm asked the general manager to take them down as I speak, as she'll never understand my writing. So 3 would read, endorse further consultation with user groups of the Oberon Library and Community Centre to consider how their use should be dealt with, noting that some obtain use of this facility in lieu of claiming section 356 contributions, and that some of these groups have a significant impact on the psychological, physical and social health of our community. I would ask for a seconder. Have you got that?
The last little bit, Mr. Mayor, could you just repeat the last?
Psychological, physical and social health of our community. Sorry? Oh, and financial.
Psychological, physical, what? What did you say again?
Sorry?
Psychological.
Physical and social. Do I have a second? Yeah, thank you, Councillor Gray. As has been said before, I also agree with use of fees, but I do understand that in lieu of asking for section 356, some of our community groups use facilities such as the Library and Community Centre don't claim section 356 cash contributions in particular, because they appreciate that they are getting in-kind contributions such as use of the Library and Community Centre. I'm also highly aware that some of these groups are incredibly important to keeping for psychological, physical and social health. It's where people have ability to interact socially. Psychologically, they get to talk to and work with people, and physically, they do activities with people. So I don't want, in putting a position in place, that we jeopardise the overall beneficial impact that our community receives. So I think that there has to be a rational look at this to say, yes, that they are getting they may be getting a significant financial benefit, and that's shown in the paper. But on the other hand, what problems would we as a community have if these activities were not put in place by these groups? Because we could have more problems, and we could have a far less happy, if I can put it that way, community if a lot of these activities were not conducted. So that's why I'm asking for an amendment in 3. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I agree with your statements and I think it's a good addition because it gives a bit of direction for that point 3.
The word safe.
So I'm not a physical, financial and social benefit.
I will. Ben suggested I also add financial and physical, but, yes, I can have that. Yes, councillor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I 100% agree with your thoughts and comments. It gives people, our community a safe place to come together. I think that is critical, but also possibly point 3 was more looking at for some of the larger groups, whether they can, we're not looking at cost recovery. We're just looking at a small financial contribution. So there's some recognition of what's being provided. It's a difficult.
Oh, I'm not saying we shouldn't levy. I'm just saying we should take all this into account.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is very, very difficult. And
Yes.
I think myself, from looking at it, you've got to be guided what other councils are doing and whether it's working. But it's difficult.
Councillor Hayden.
Yeah, I'm hearing where you're coming from on wanting that amendment. I don't fully agree though, only because some of these groups that actually do attend are specialised, age-related. It's not like someone who's 30 can't just rock up there and want to be social with U3A. You got to be over 50. So, you know, and that's just as an example. People have, you know, they go there to play cards. I mean, in any term of anything, someone can go and engage with community members at that library at any time and not be part of a group. But when groups are utilising a section for a large bulk of their membership, that's when we need to look at the fee structure. And that's the only reason I probably am not thinking in the same term and along the same lines.
I fully support your amendment and glad that you have added in the psychological, physical, financial and social benefit because it is our responsibility to look after our community.
Councillor Tiger.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a quick passing comment. I'm not proposing a further amendment, but when we get into that issue of using facilities and either paying or not paying fees and either asking for or not asking for section 356 donation, well, the same applies to sporting clubs using our various fields, and that's something else that we will need to consider at some point. Possibly next year around when we do our next lot of 356. Just a comment.
Point noted. Anyone else?
Yes,
Councillor McCarthy.
through you, Mr Mayor, where's the swimming pools sit in this list?
In charge.
Through the chair, we put an assessment on the swimming pool. The two key components in the report there is a councillor's resolve U3A, and one of the other items that we encountered during that is the potential using the usage that's happening in the community centre of a fitness nature that potentially may or may not impact the fitness centre in their ongoing operations. So that's another thing we had looked at and, you know, need to look through, but we did do an assessment on the Northern Fitness Centre as well.
Okay, now I just see these as community facilities and I see the ratepayers are the stakeholders, but yeah, I thank you for the report, but I don't want to see anything changed.
All right, I put the amendment, which is as on the screen. All in favour of the amendment? All councillors except Councillor McCarthy.
No,
Oh, you put your hand up. Sorry, I didn't see it. It must have been behind the screen. So carried unanimously. Now I put the amendment becomes the motion. All in favour of the motion? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Go to 13.4. Section 356 donation program evaluation. The recommendation is that council endorses the section 356 financial assistance panel's funding recommendations for the 2025-26 financial year as outlined in the attached report.
Mr. Mayor.
I'll start reading.
Sorry. Keep going then.
You can put as amendment, but yeah. 2 notes, the total amount of funding recommended is 55,280. 3, authorise the adjustments to individual funding amounts by council resolution during the meeting. Places the proposed funding allocations on public exhibition for a period of 28 days in accordance with section 3562 of the Local Government Act 1993. 5, notify all applicants the outcome and arrange for funding agreements and an acquittal reporting following the completion of the public exhibition period in accordance with the policy. Have a motion. Thank you, councillor Connor. Second, councillor Everest. Councillor Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director of Corporate Services, for your thorough and professional work in providing this report and final evaluation. There no doubt would have been many hours involved in reviewing all the applications, consulting with the applicants. It was a very difficult process to work through for 49 applicants to come up with a report which is now tabled, which I find that it provides a transparent and equitable approach. Thank you.
Councillor Everett.
Oh, look, I'm just going to say, we took a fairly conservative approach to this, to be quite honest, and I'm guessing some councils may not agree, but it's up for discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Head.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have an amendment. I don't agree with the amounts put forward. I believe that it was, that there isn't as many applicants as we've normally had. I don't believe that some of the amounts put forward by the committee I can justify. So I have some changes that I'd like to put forward to individuals. So we might need to move into a committee of the whole so I can put them forward.
You have a second for your amendment because and they may not know what it is.
Okay.
What is your amendment?
My amendment will be changes to the allocation amounts of individual parties throughout the report.
Do you need to indicate those so that the seconder knows what you're talking about?
Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot.
Can we at least have the quantum?
No, I haven't done the new amount yet because I know that we need to have this. We cannot just, and we had this discussion, Mr. Mayor, prior to forming a party
You have
to do the panel. Prior to having a party to do the panel, we were told that all of council got to make the final decision. Well, the final decision does not suit me, and I would like to move that. Well, how about I move an amendment that we move into a committee of the whole to further discuss the finances that were agreed to. Thank you.
Right, you have a seconder. Councillor McCarthy. Okay. We move into a committee of the whole.
Thank
All in favour? That's fine. Do we want to put the amounts up on the board to go through? That's the only way we can do it.
Yep. And it won't take very long. We've done this previously, so.
No. I don't think.
Now we're
I don't
doing
think-
it
I don't think-
transparently.
I don't think people are arguing about it. I just think, we just, how do you want to do it? I would have to put them up on the board, up on the board screen and go through each of them.
Yep.
As per the paper. It's the only way we can do it.
I may be able to.
The minutes not, so we've got to go out of minutes.
I'm going to put forward one on the second.
I'll try and open them up.
And this will be, this is how we used it with previous. Yeah, we're doing public.
You could calculate
That's exactly how you.
To say it's
No. Still recording.
So what's the point? So what, councillors, while Sharon's getting up, do you want to take a 5-minute break?
Are you sure? Okay.
Well, I'm doing it because it's going to take 5 minutes to get Sharon to get the paperwork up, and I'll just give you this. I just wanted to talk. Request. So we put those up, please, Sharon. So the way we will handle this is go around the room and you'll say if you agree with the amount or don't agree with the amount. If you don't agree with the amount, put a,
Do we need to be included? Because we've already gone through a process.
well, I just assert as per the, I just say as per the screen or as per what's on the
Yeah,
board,
okay.
just to make it. So I'll go that way. I'll try and go back the other way in a second. Right. So the first one is, oh, you want a show of hands? All right.
All together?
And anyone who doesn't hand then has to put the amendment up. So the Bathurst Harness Racing Club, the requested amount is 5,000. The suggested amount is 1,000. All those who agree with that? Councillor Hayden doesn't. What are you suggesting?
I suggest that we support the Bathurst Harness Racing Community Night, which is a fundraiser for Ronald McDonald Charity, as you're well aware. And I suggest that we give 3,000. It's a very significant event. It's our Oberon Community Night, and I do believe that the proceeds of this event help Ronald McDonald House in Orange for those cancer patients and the children that go up there. Thank you. That's 3,000.
All right. Has there anyone changed the view in relation after that submission? No. So it stays at 1,000. Black Springs Community Association, the recommended amount is 1,000. Show of hands for that agreement on that. Unanimous. Black Springs Community Association, ongoing community events. The recommended amount is 1,000. All in favour? Unanimous. We go to the Black Springs Public School. This recommended amount is 250. All in favour? We go to Burriga Ag Bureau. The annual Burriga Sheep Show. The registered amount is 3,000. Yes, councillor Hayden, what do you?
I think that this amount should be 5,000. The Burriga Sheep Show, I did want to note that there was some application because one of the sheds was damaged, and if we can't give 5,000 in cash, can we give an in-kind assistance to help repair the sheep show shed that's falling down or that's got gutters, a gutter issue? And I think the one of the, it was, I think it was either 2,500 or 1,500 was the addition for repairs of the shed that is significant for the sheep show. So I'm proposing 5,000, but is there a way that we could do any in kind?
Okay, could we go around the room? Councillor Trimbath?
Go ahead.
I agree with you now.
You agree with the amount? Well, I was just going, we've had so you either agree with the amount of 3,000 or you agree with councillor Hayden.
I'd like to stick with the procedure and the
All right.
four that we all.
All right, so who agrees with 3,000 for the, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8.
So there's no way that we can do any in kind to help with the facility because the sheep are getting wet. And as you know, the sheep show is a significant event. And we also have the village funding. And I'm hoping that council can do something to assist in this because their sheep show is going to have wet sheep.
Right, we've heard the position.
Yeah.
The committee of the whole has made a decision. We go to the Burriga Ag Bureau Senior Citizens Lunch. Recommended amount is $900. Is there any person who disagrees?
Don't we go?
Oh, let's go. It's committee of the whole. We can do it however. If it'd be best if there's a change, just ask for the change.
So, all right. what I'm going to do is go through these and ask if there's anyone who disagrees with the recommended amount, they can quickly speak and say why. We'll have a vote.
Thank you.
So, senior citizens luncheon.
I have a change. I would like that to be at the 1,000. As you know, the senior citizens luncheon, they put this luncheon on. They have 70 to 80 attendees. It's a costly event. And I think that the 1,000 was appropriate to ask for. I don't understand why 900 was put forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, all those in favour of the recommended amount on the paper? All those against? Councillor Leverage, this was your recommendation.
I know, but I'd like to bump it up to 1,000. It's only $100. And I've been to that event. That was my initial amount.
It's 6-3.
Yeah.
Okay, next one. Burriga Sport,
I have an addition.
Burriga Sport and Recreation Club, new cash register.
I have an addition.
Is it,
The addition is $2,000, and that's because the Burriga Sport and Rec Club have been opening their doors. They do need to, I note there it says operational. Well, I'm not 100%. I didn't think there was operational objectives you couldn't apply for through this, but they opened the club for Oberon community health initiatives out there for their Burriga Health Hub. And they open it up for indoor bowls, local sporting club, and they have local community groups meet there. So they're just wanting some assistance because they've been struggling, and I don't have an issue in helping out the rec club with $2,000.
right, so all those in, who agree with the recommended amount of 0? Okay, passed, except for councillor Hayden. Can Assist Oberon, support for cancer patients, the recommended amount is $3,000. Anyone speaking against that? Right, I assume that's carried by everyone. Next one, Friends of the Oberon
I have
Library.
an alternative amount.
Which one?
The
Friends of the Oberon Library. Welcome baby bags. Are there any?
I would like to just say 200. I've spoken to a few new mothers from Bathurst and Lithgow and Orange, and they've not received any welcome new baby bags or any information. So I am just questioning that. I don't know where they're going. It states here, continued support for new mothers in the region. Well, the new mothers that I've spoken to that have had babies have not received any of these items. So I would just say 200 because I can't see anyone that I've spoken to received anything.
Right. Who agrees with the recommended amount of 400? Again, passed by all councillors except councillor Hayes. Right. Forest Friends Playgroup.
There was others that had hands not up, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Who was that? Oh, sorry, councillor Lee. Sorry, I didn't see that.
All right.
You got to stick your hand up here. Okay. Forest Friends Playgroup.
I had
The
a query.
recommended amount is $500.
I had a query, Mr. Mayor. Forest Friend Playgroup. Forest Friend Playgroup. Are they one of the associated playgroups that are generally in the playgroup facilities, or are these the ones that operate out of the school?
Can I ask you to the Director of Community Services?
From the short I've got in front of me, I believe they operate out of the school.
Are you suggesting a different amount?
I just wanted some query on that. Thank
That's
you.
right. Okay, so we all support the $500 then?
Yeah.
Right, we go to Galloping Gumnuts Mobile Children's Service, Outdoor Living Environment Upgrade. The recommended amount
I have
is
a query.
$500.
Query. Mr. Mayor, Galloping Gumnuts is a mobile children's service, and I'm just reading this development of outdoor learning spaces such as a yarning circle and a farm. So I kind of would not myself offer them any more than the 500 that is listed there. And I just find it odd that a travelling mobile children's service want a farm, a sensory garden and a yarning circle. So that was what I wanted to add to that. Thank you.
Sorry, so do you
I
want,
just added my statement.
you're adding a statement, so
Yep.
I thought you wanted clarity on those.
Well, I wanted clarity on the previous one, not on the Galloping Gum Nuts. Galloping Gum Nuts is a mobile
All those in
service.
favour of the recommended amount, carried unanimously. Right, Regional Counselling Limited, mental health workshop at Oberon High School. The recommended amount is $1,000. Do we have any dissension?
That's fine. I have a query. Is that operating through one of the school's programs or is that through REN?
Through the chair,
I did want to know further details.
through the chair, the application indicates that they, are targeting the high school. Be doing that through the.
Through REN.
No, they'll be directly targeting with the high school.
So who is the organisation? Regional Counselling Limited. I just could not find them online.
That's the Regional Counselling Limited, is who have received the application from.
Okay, the next one, Mongrels Men Health and Wellbeing Limited, mental health workshops. The recommended amount is $0. Do we have any dissension?
No, but I do have something to say on that. Sorry, this is what part of being a counsellor is all about. The mental health workshop Mongrels Men, can you give me some input on what was applied for and why? I know for a fact that currently how the structure is going, that the person holding this is having a cup of coffee in town. I haven't seen anything expanded as in counselling services or anything like that. I'm just wondering what that application contained.
Well, I mean, the recommended amount $0, so.
Yeah, that's okay, but I'm still allowed to ask the question of the Corporate Services Director.
Through the chair, so when the panel evaluated this, the application was mentioning delivering a number of mental health workshops for approximately 100 people, looking to target sporting groups, community, club officials, managers. These people play crucial roles as mentor and role models.
Mr Mayor, could Councillor Trenber please stop playing with the phone in the meeting?
Sorry, I'm playing with my pen too, councillor.
It's a pen, it's not a phone.
Okay, so are you happy with that?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just wanted clarity around that because I just thought that
Okay, so we go
from the
to
application in.
O'Connell Valley Community Group, annual insurance premiums, the recommended amount $715.
I disagree. I say $0.
Right, any other dissension? I put the,
Could I speak to why, Mr Mayor?
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor, I thought it was just to determine the amounts and any variation.
That's right.
We weren't going through the, what's it, so.
Well-
Just determining the amounts, that was all.
So you're saying 715, I don't agree with that because there's no public notifications of these meetings. They want insurance. There's no delegate reports coming to council. They use an RFS building or a local hotel. What insurance would be needed for what?
There
Yeah,
are notices for the meetings
That's
and the RFS requires the community group to have public liability insurance to use their premises.
oh, yeah, that's right, and I am aware of that. There are notices come out and I know the RFS insists on it.
Mr Mayor, I support, Councillor McCarthy. This is a committee, this is the committee of the whole, not a committee of the one, so I'd like to support what he said.
Fine. Okay, so Connell Valley Community Group, in favour of 715, everyone except councillor Hayden, is that right? Right, we go to Oberon District Museum Society, the recommended amount is 3,821. Have any dissension? That one's passed. Next one. We have the Oberon Arts Council, Arts and Health Program at OMPS. The recommended amount is $900. Any dissension? You go to Oberon Arts Council, Public Arts Works, interpretive signage. Recommended amount is $0.
I have an amount that I'd like to put forward for that. Public artworks, interpretive signage, I thought that was in regards to different things that we've got around, interpretive signage for maybe, is it the mosaics? Is it the projects that have been done by Oberon Arts Council in our common? If it's for interpretive signage, I'd be happy to put forward $1,000 for that, not zero, because I do believe that if they're trying to put up some signage in regards to items that have been in the common, well, yeah.
Well, I think it suggests consideration by the Oberon Common Working Party for a donation from that source rather than from section 356. That's in the evaluation comment.
Well, they're still entitled to apply through 356. And I mean, what funding does the Oberon Common Working Party have? We don't actually have a substantial amount of funding in there.
I think there's still funding in that from the
Anyway,
PI.
that was just my opinion.
All right. The public artworks interpretive signage, all in favour of the recommended amount? All except councillor Hayden. Right, we go to Oberon Children's Centre, walkway covering and access ramp enhancement. The recommended amount, 0. Any dissension from that amount? Okay, that's passed unanimously. Oberon Citizen Science Network Incorporated,
I have an alternative.
surveying Platypus and Racali. The recommended amount, 0.
My recommended amount would be $1,000 over in Citizen Science Networks, an important little group in Oberon, and surveying Platypus and Racali. I mean, that's significant to our environmental outcome of what we want as a council. We're meant to be looking at environmental, flora and fauna and the protection of these. Why not work with the Oberon Citizen Science Network? And they have a lot of STEM projects there. They are doing some really cool work and getting young people involved. And I'd like to see some support from this council go to them, even if it's just $1,000.
You're recommending $1,000?
$1,000.
Okay. So all those who approve, who are in agreement with the recommended amount?
Recommended amount.
Yes, that's
So
8.
I just stated all the previous.
Okay,
That's recommended.
that's recommended.
Okay.
The
Can
Oberon,
you ask if anyone would like to go with a different amount? Because it's like,
Oberon Craft Centre, refurbishment of premises, recommended amount, 0. Any dissension?
No.
That one's agreed. Next page, please. Oberon Fire and Feast Committee. Recommended amount is 1,500. How many dissension?
I'd
Yes.
like to put a different amount.
And I've got a statement to make about that. It's now known as the Oberon Spring Fest.
Ah, right.
Yes. And we initially agreed to 3,000, but then it was cut into 2 tranches. So, tranches, yeah. So 1,500 up front, and then subject to some KPIs, then another 1,500 will be then provided.
So is that referred to in this paper?
No, it's not.
It's not there.
Nothing's there.
Can you clarify, please, Director?
Yes, through the chair, the section 356 policy doesn't support tourism projects. So the committee was looking at splitting this support 356 component 1,500 directed to the community benefits, and then the remaining 1,500 subject to milestones and potentially coming from a tourism operational budget from a different program.
So
Based on marketing and other KPIs that are different to the section 356 policy.
So overall, the contribution would basically be 3,000, 1,500 from section 356, 1,500 from the tourism budget, yeah.
I also had a different amount too.
Yes, councillor Hayden?
Yes, I would like to see that Oberon Council could provide 2,500 and also some work in kind in relation to any future road closure, management type plans, not so much the cost of doing those. As I've been informed that the cost for doing so would be taken on by the organisation, but would like assistance from this council in implementing those with Traffic New South Wales, etc. Transport.
So Director I take it that this recommended amount of 1,500 includes any in-kind contribution from council.
Through the chair, that's correct. In-kind support, fixing sheds, stuff, there's a cost to that, has to come from somewhere. So we would need a budget allocation from, to cater for that type of assistance.
Right. Any other views on this one? All right, I put the recommended amount as per stated. All those in agreement? I'll accept councillor Hayden. Oberon Golf Club.
No, it's been noted,
Oberon Golf Club, additional fuel allocation. Recommended amount is $2,000. Have any dissension? Agreed. Oberon Hospital Auxiliary. Recommended amounts $1,000. Any dissension? Oberon Junior Hockey Association. I think it should be ASSOC. Recommended amount is $1,000. Any dissension? Oberon Markets, recommended amount $600. Any dissension? Oberon Matters, website contribution, recommended amount is $0. Any dissension? Next page, please. Oberon Men's Shed, assistance with rental, electricity, and insurance. Recommended amount is $3,300. Any dissension? Oberon Pistol Club,
I have an alternative.
rebuilding shooting bay, stage 2. Yes, councillor Hayden.
I recommend $0. Mr Mayor, I brought this up over the last 2 or 3 years. For the first period of time, we never gave any funding. Then another year went by and I think we gave some funding for some bay pigeons. And then I think that's the only other funding that we've given. But there's never any advertising, there's never any discussion, and no one in the community knows what happens there or when. And it doesn't seem like it's aligning with any public sporting events because public don't go there or not allowed. So I say $0, sorry.
Okay. All those in favour of the recommended amount? Or accept councillor Hayden. Oberon Polocrosse Club, purchase of uniforms, recommended amount is $500. Any dissension? Oberon Pony Club, recommended amount is $1,000 for the Gymkhana event. Any dissension? Oberon Public School Breakfast Club, recommended amount is $800. Any dissension? Next page, please. Oberon Public School Fruit Break,
Yes.
recommended amount is $700. Dissension?
I say $0, only because if you look through this, Oberon Public School have applied for numerous different things, all relating to food, eating, etc., which are the responsibility of parents. And Oberon Public School Fruit Break, we're already supporting the Breakfast Club for $800. I don't really think that we need to spend $700 on Fruit Break. But I'd say $0.
Thank you. All those in agreement with the recommended amount of $700? All except councillor Hayden. We go to the Oberon Public School PNC Opsy Eats. Recommended amount is $0. Any dissension? Bath Oberon Radio Association, recommended amount is $1,000.
I have another amount.
Yes.
And I'm going to speak up for this and, you know, I'd like councillors to start speaking up a little bit. We're in a committee of the whole. We can actually have some conversations around this. Oberon Rodeo Association has boosted this community of Oberon. They bring in over 5,000 people at every one of their events. They are prominent. They create business for our businesses. They create business for our hotels, motels, the clubs, the pubs. They're here for up to a week, sometimes longer. We're the local council. We should be supporting this. They want branded gazebos, so I see, for $4,000. $4,000 isn't a lot. And I believe that we should be giving back to those who give to our community in the form of helping our economy. So I would say $4,000 for that. And as with all the other suggestions throughout the report, I would actually like to request to every one of the grant recipients that, considering council is actually giving and allocating money to them, that they put proudly supported by Oberon Council on any of these specific projects or things they're doing. And I just feel that one with Oberon Rodeo, that's significant. We're meant to be supporting it, and I believe it should be 4,000, and shame on the councillors for saying one. Thank you.
All those in favour of the recommended amount of 1,000? All except councillor Hayden. Right, we go to Oberon RSL Club, signage and advertising updates. The recommended amount is 0. Any dissension? Oberon Senior Hockey Association, recommended amount is 1,000. Any dissension? Next page, please. Oberon Show Society, Young Woman of the Year event, recommended amount is 1,000. Any dissension? Oberon Showground Land Manager, recommended amount is 4,000. Any dissension?
Can I have some clarification if that is in principle support as listed? What's it involving? Is that a working kind type? It's not a funded amount of money, is it?
Director?
Through the chair, the committee, when we were discussing that one, was that the funding was going to be conditional on quotes. So we're seeking some quotes for that work. And then that donation would follow to support those, the quotes provided.
So if the quote is more than 4,000, I take it we only support it to the extent of 4,000.
That's correct.
And if it's less, then if you say it's 3,000, then our amount would only be 3,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the policy requirements, they need to indicate that in their equitable reporting.
Yes, right. Does that clarify? So Oberon Showground Land Manager, recommended amount is 4,000. Any dissension? Oberon Squash Club,
I just have a query with that,
championship prizes.
that amount. That's an odd amount, $916. That's an odd amount. Why didn't the committee just go $1,000 with what every other sports committee has had? I just find 916 odd.
I assume that's the amount asked for.
Through the
Yeah,
chair,
it probably is.
they requested, yeah.
All right, any dissension? We go to Oberon Tarranar Heritage Railway, opening rail line to Hazel Grove. The recommended amount is $6,228.
I want to question, why is it 6,228? Is there an in-kind in there anywhere? It's a very odd amount. Again, 6,228. Was that added there to balance out any objective numbers down the track, or an amount that they were working on to keep it under? What's 6,228? I'm surprised there's no 50 cents or 70 cents in there.
Yes, through the chair, the application received had some different components, mowing insurance and a window quote. The panel assessed that and deemed the window not appropriate, and the insurance and vegetation control came to the 6,228.
Right, is there any in kind that we can do in regards to that? Like weed control or any vegetation control? Or is that going to be covered through that amount?
Yeah, through the chair, any budgetary allocation would cover an in kind that would be need to pay for staff hours and that type of thing. So that's the donation thing of 6,228.
Any dissension? Not. We move on to Oberon Tigers Junior Rugby League. The recommended amount's 1,000. Any dissension? Keep going down, please. Oberon Tigers Senior Rugby League, player kits and strapping kits. Recommended amount's 1,000. Any dissension? Next one's Oberon United Junior Football Club. Recommended amount's 1,000. Any dissension? Oberon United Senior Football Club. Recommended amount's 1,000. Any dissension? Other school support, end of year presentations.
I note in here that it says support for end of year presentations for Oberon High School, St Joseph's Catholic School and O'Connell Public School. We also have the Black Springs Public School and the Oberon Public School. So I am actually just wondering, and they probably have forgot to send something through because we've supported them every other year, whether or not this be increased by 500 and we write to the Black Springs School and the Oberon Public School and give them a $250 donation as well. because they have their end of year presentations as well. And I understand that the new councillors on that committee were not aware of those schools that usually do apply, but we can't be seen to give to some of the schools and not to the others that have end of year presentations as well.
So members of the committee or the director, can you inform us as to your thinking on this one in relation to those other two schools?
Yes, through the chair, the committee discussed this. So for Black Springs and over on public school that already gained support through the application process, they were deemed that was their donation. The schools that we didn't receive an application for, determined to give them a blanket allocation of $250 to help with their end of year presentations to try and be equitable and fair in our local schools.
So over on public school and Black Springs have already put applications in for this, and this deals with the schools that did not specifically request it.
Black Springs haven't put in here. That doesn't say Black Springs, Mr. Mayor.
No, I think you'll find there's another line item that says Black Springs school end of year presentation.
Yeah, there's books for Black Springs. I gather there's books or something, but these schools, I don't find that a fair allocation. There's other schools that have got Oopsie Eats or their breakfast club or their whatever they've put in for previously isn't the presentation. That's for another breakfast thing. This is for end of year presentations, and as a council, I really think we should just remain fair, unbiased. Every school within our LGA gets, and O'Connell's there without it being in our LGA, every school gets the $250. That is how I would like to see that constructed.
Okay, other schools support end of year presentations. All those agree with the $750. I'll accept councillor Hayden, councillor McCarthy. Is that right? Okay, thank you.
Right.
All right, councillor Lee.
So in other words, you're saying that the other two schools get
They're getting nothing
money
for
from somewhere else
presentation,
for the donation.
but they're not getting it for a presentation. They're not getting $250 for a presentation.
So how are you voting?
I was just clarifying the fact that you've already allocated money through another scheme for those other two schools.
No,
Sorry.
you're confusing him. Mr. Mayor, explain.
No.
It's
Right, we
it's
go to
into the whole.
Skoda and Tatra Museum annual Scoberon event, recommend amount 0. Any dissension? Stepping Stone Services Youth Mental Health First Aid Course, recommend amount 0. Any dissension?
I'd just like to know where they're from. You only just earlier mentioned about mental health, Mr. Mayor, in our community. This is youth mental health. I'm actually wanting some further details on who Stepping Stone Services are and what was the program and was it coming to Oberon through our schools or anything?
Director?
Through the chair, so the extract of the application. So it's a first aid course, benefits people over 18 who interact and support youth. It includes parents, teachers, sports clubs, community leaders, to become credited as a mental health first aider. With a focus on helping youth, adults complete a mental health first aider, and they will be equipped with knowledge and confidence to support youth mental health. Just a comment, if I may, the group, when assessing the mental health related, felt that there was other providers that potentially offering that service in that space.
This was actually giving some grant funding to assist people to do first aid courses for the youth. Why can't we offer 1,000 or 2,000 in there? This is significant. One of the significant issues country regional communities have is youth mental health. I would have thought that this would have been a project that should have been supported.
I understand that what the director's saying is that there are other providers of mental health first aid, local ones that were providing a similar or the same type of service to youth. Yes. That's correct, the two members of the committee?
I think so.
What
All
was
right.
the in-depth behind it then? Send it.
So all in favour of the recommended amount of 0? All except councillor Hayden, and councillor McCarthy. Street and Trio, Oberon Chamber Music Festival, the recommended amount is $3,000. Any dissension?
No, I support that. I know that we gave 7,000 last year. I note that, Emma Jardine was in here today and she actually presents very well, but it's not a massive, big pull-in of anything. And they do have ticket sales that actually sustain some of it. And, I'm happy with the 3. I probably would have went less, but anyway.
The Neighbourhood Centre Outreach Hubs in Black Springs and Burriga, recommended amount is $500. Any dissension?
I'd like to make a comment on that. I feel that the $500 was actually quite generous because the outreach hubs, it's a once in a month thing. I don't know where outreach hubs comes into it. It's actually the health hub for Burriga and Black Springs. But I was under the impression after talking to Sonia at Black Springs that they were just applying to cover morning tea. I just wanted some clarity because reading this, support for community outreach, facilitating monthly outreach, I didn't think that the amount that they put in was to cover the outreach hub in general. Like, is it covering services or someone to come or nurses or anything? Because I thought that was all provided under a grant. I just wanted clarity around that, please.
Director?
I believe the funding request is based around some content and things for kids.
What kids? There's no kids. It's only elderly people that come to the outreach hub and are vulnerable.
I'll give you an extract from the application. This is to provide morning tea services at the Black Springs Burriga Outreach Hub. This project's in partnership with RAMP and the Neighbourhood Centre. Facilitate monthly outreach hubs for health and community services in the isolated townships of Black Springs and Burriga. They'll be facilitated by RAMP, bringing other local services. These are just to support some of the ongoing admin and resourcing of that event and service.
Okay, all in favour of the, I'm sorry, councillor McCarthy.
Mr Mayor, I thought we'd just determine the amounts, not getting clarifications. I thought we'd just determine whether the amounts that are before us or stepping away from them.
Right.
Not getting what's going on.
Sorry,
Please control the meeting.
The Neighbourhood Centre, all agree on that amount. Trustee for the Edith Rec Reserve Sanitation Project, recommended amount is 2,000. All in agreement?
Yeah.
Next one, that's it.
No, clarify what I've got. So just through the chair, Mr Mayor, I've got, I have everything as per the initial. Yeah.
So can someone move us back into council meeting, please? Hayden and councillor Trimbar, thank you. So as per the motion, as per the motion is per the recommendation with the amount as confirmed in a council meeting of the whole. Don't believe there's any further discussion needed. I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. 13.5.
Mayor, I have an alternative, 13.5.
2025-26 integrated planning and reporting. Yes.
I would like to request that 13.5 be deferred, and I would also like to further add to that 13.15 be deferred to an extraordinary meeting in a week or two's time.
You have a seconder for that?
That's the way it's.
Without a seconder, it lapses. So
let's try and look at what 13.15 was.
Okay, councillor Hayden.
Yes, I do believe that, we've been told in this late report that's going to be coming up, that there is a substantial cost blowout that hasn't been integrated into our planning and reporting framework. And I don't believe that we can sit here and approve this particular item, 13.5, at the moment. I believe that we need to defer this and then defer the late report that we've also got, because by approving 13.5 and then going on later and talking to 13.15, none of it's going to be very different. I don't believe it's fair to the community to do that. So I just want to defer this. I want to defer it to an extraordinary meeting, either next week or the week after, so that we can then look at 13.5 and the associated documents, and also look at 13.15 of the late report.
Councillor Leverett? Discussion on this? So we have a motion to defer this item and 13.15. I'll ask for clarification from the general manager, but I understood that if this, that the integrated planning and reporting 2025-26 and placing it on public exhibition, even though we have a 13.15 paper which talks about the weighbridge, that it's not necessary to defer this matter because we're talking about that it can be reflected in the next QBRS, can't it? For the water fund, yeah.
Well, it can.
Need clarification from you.
So through the chair, these are 25-26
Next year.
plans, which is next year. They have absolutely no link. Sorry, the only link that there would be is that ongoing transfer of a internal reserve that currently exists in the plans as we have them today. So there's no.
Else to
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I speak against the motion. All we're doing at the moment is putting it on exhibition. So if we get different information and circumstances change, we can make changes when it gets adopted in June.
Yes. So I foreshadow a motion that would go back to the motion as per the recommendation should this alternate motion fail. Anyone else to speak to it? Have we got the wording for that motion as put up by Councillor Hayden and Councillor Leverett? Okay, I put that motion. All in favour of that motion? Councillor Leverett and Councillor Hayden. Against? Remaining councillors. I foreshadowed a motion, so I go back. I put the motion as per written as the recommendation on under 13.5. Do I have a seconder? Councillor O'Connor, thank you. Whilst I appreciate that there's going to be a considerable discussion in relation to 13.15, I think it's important that we get these documents on public exhibition because we are dealing with next year operational plan, the delivery plan going out to 2029, 25, 26. And as Councillor Tucker said a minute ago, we have the opportunity in June to make any alterations that are necessary as a result of anything in 13.15 that may carry over into the future years. So I'm happy that these go on public exhibition and the community has the opportunity to comment on these, and noting that we do also have statutory timeframes for these to be placed on public exhibition. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank the council staff and general manager for tabling a comprehensive suite of documents. I just got one request, comment, or ask. That it's over 200 pages. Would it be possible to have 3 separate workshops over the next 3 weeks for an hour only, where we can come with a host of questions? Because even though I've got some little bit of experience in some of this, I've got a whole list of questions I'd like to table, but if that's possible, within some workshops, and I'm thinking more along the lines of with the attachments, if it was on the basis of number 1 and 2 was a workshop, but that'd be the third workshop. Item 3 and 4 would be the first workshop, 3, 4 and 5 actually, under the list of attachments, and 6, 7 would be the second workshop. Now, the most important one is items 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 7. But if we could maybe have the first workshop next week, and only for an hour with your staff, just where councillors, if they want, come along and ask questions rather than that's possible.
I might put it through the chair. That seems like a reasonable request.
Do you want to place that as an amendment?
Yes, please.
You want to add a 7?
Point of order, Mr Mayor. It really isn't the mayor's job to be feeding other councillors and.
I'm asking a question.
Right, but if
I'm not
you can open
feeding.
your hand up.
Councillor Connor seconded the thing. He's asked for something. I've asked purely if he wanted it placed as part of the motion.
Through the chair, as I've said, I'm happy to
Happy to do it
update
whether
those
it's been
things. I
effective.
think that's a lot of resources.
So we don't have, you want his amendment or not? Right, fine. Thank you. Yes, councillor Hayes.
Yes, in regards to the IP&R suite, will there be community meetings as per we did 2 years ago? Going out to Black Springs, Burriga and so on. I do know that we did have a discussion down the track some time ago that we wouldn't be going out, we would be using the Have Your Say page to do most of the consultation. I'm just wondering, considering the community survey that's recently been done, community residents in these villages want council to be out there and actually present to them. So is that going to be happening? And I do note through the suite of documents that that was listed in there, that council attend these villages and present to them. So I just want to know, is that going to be occurring?
Through the chair, the newly adopted community engagement strategy talks about the in-person meetings, indicates that each of the councillors would lead those in their various areas. So the council-led in-person meetings are at the front and centre of that community engagement strategy.
So I probably didn't word my statement properly. The community survey showed that the community residents in village areas want council as a whole to present like they used to present, not just have a councillor as staff have attended previously with our corporate services, our planning and our GM go out and have a meeting with the community groups. Is that going to occur? That's what I'm asking. That's what community groups are wanting. That's what communities are wanting. Instead of just one councillor-led thing at one event that may have 2 people.
Through the chair, the results of the community survey will guide absolutely the way that we consult on that. I'm not sure as to those stats about doing the in-person, but if the areas that they've indicated they'd like to be consulted will definitely part of that community engagement strategy.
Thank you. I, like Councillor Connor, over the time will attend these workshops. I'm concerned in relation to our delivery plan that if we take our operating and capital grants, that we have a considerable loss. And I believe this is reflected in our operating expense ratio, page 244. So I think we need to look very carefully going ahead, councillors, as to what our position is going to be. It is concerning, and I would ask council to have a look at some at the delivery plan in particular going ahead, in the case that we are very reliant on our operating grants and to some extent, and we have been very conservative, Matt and Zoe have been very conservative in the amount of capital grants that they have foreshadowed going ahead. But even so, we are highly reliant on grants, both operating and capital. And we do need to have a look at this in a lot more depth, councillors. It's, you know, so I would suggest that where possible, in particular, we attend those things which looking at our forward projection, well, looking at our immediate documents which deal with 25, 26, but even those working further forward, because as I said, if we take out our operating and capital grants, both the income from those and the expenses, it gives us a little bit of a different picture. I'm sure that's what partly you're reflecting, Councillor O'Connor.
That's right, Mr. Mayor. One of the components of that was in our discussions with the community, it's important we have a handle on what the position is. So by having these workshops, we get better prepared for those discussions rather than saying the wrong thing, giving the wrong lead. So that's why it's very, very important.
And I note, as the general manager said, most councils are in a similar position. And we're not, you know, Robinson Crusoe in this regard, but we have to be aware of it and know where we stand. And I know Councillor Tucker is also aware of this because he's raised it with me on occasions. So I just make a comment. All right. Is there any further discussion on this matter? Councillor Tucker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But two things I'd like to raise. The first is just a quick question. I'm on page 238, and in the section on the waste fund, it says right at the end of the waste fund section, it says additionally, residential ratepayers will continue to receive 4 free tip vouchers per assessment, each valued at $10 to assist with waste disposal. So my query is just who gets that? I thought all assessments got it, but this just says residential ratepayers. So is that correct? And if it is just residential, is it just in town or is it residential throughout the LGA?
Through the chair, I believe that's meant to mean that all ratepayers will get those vouchers, yeah. If the wording is confused, but it's meant to that all ratepayers will get those vouchers.
So each assessment gets through a voucher.
So maybe take the word residential.
Just take it residential.
Yeah, forward as well. Thank you. My other one is we've had some ongoing email discussion with the director and with Zoe, just in relation to a section, one of the components of the block grant that we receive each year. And I think there is a better way to allocate this particular component. So I will be I'll move an amendment in just a moment. But if I get a seconder, I will then explain the reasons behind it. And I'd suggest you invite the staff to then explain why they didn't adopt my suggestion in the first place. So my proposed amendment would be to add a point number 7 onto the end of the existing 6.
After 6, I think you mean.
Yeah, so we've got 6 at the moment, so I will add number 7. I'll just read that out, I can repeat it. That the traffic facilities component of the block grant be allocated towards traffic facilities costs on local roads rather than regional roads. We'll see if there's a seconder, and if so, I'll speak to that.
Second for that. Thank you, Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. For those who are not aware, we receive a block grant each year, and it has a component within it, which is called the traffic facilities component, and the estimated amount for the coming year is $45,900. Now, historically, the purpose of that component was to help with costs on local roads. It just so happens that it gets paid to council as part of the block grant. it was always intended and can still be used on local roads. So historically, it was used on local roads, and that is a means to slightly ease the pressure on our local roads budget and get just that little bit closer to meeting the targets in our road asset plan and the Morrison Low report. Even with moving that from regional to local, we will still be spending a lot more per kilometre on regionals than on locals. So acknowledging, of course, that regionals are a lot more expensive to maintain and they have a lot higher traffic loads. But I still think it's worth moving it just to assist our local roads maintenance. And I'd also suggest that if it is only spent on traffic facilities and only on regional roads, it might be hard to spend that amount on regional roads because you can only use it like on signs and guideposts and things like that. That's my argument for why I think it is worth making that change to where that allocation is spent. Thank you, Mr.
Councillor McCarthy, you second it?
The explanation given is adequate, I think.
So can I ask the director, sorry, general manager, how this is normally spent? Is it spent normally on local roads or regional? Or it can be either.
Through the chair, I think Councillor Tucker answered the question while I started in there. It's in there because regional roads are high volume, high risk, a greater component of what we do. So we put it in there to simply do that. If council are of the mind to move it to some other location, it's up to council. And we understand Councillor Tucker's comments around easing the burden on local road networks and then providing additional funds. The other side of the story is that regional roads cost more. And that's the rationale behind why it's there, which Councillor Tucker quite eloquently spoke of. So it's for council to look at, and maybe one of these workshops, it might be a way of distributing how it could lessen the burden or increase the burden. That's my call.
And I could still have a second go in a month's time.
So just wondering if it's something that we should stand over to a works committee meeting so we have a better understanding of how it's done and what we could do to it. But
These workshops.
yeah, I'm not against it, but I don't.
Well, whichever decision we make tonight, we can do that anyway.
That's right. So I take it your amendment is as per the recommendations and adding an item 7.
That's correct, yes.
Through the chair, can I just speak to
Yes,
that?
yes.
So we currently have the discretion to use it on both regional and local roads. If we now are committed to local only, that restrains us to only use it there and not on regional roads. So I would prefer to actually not do that.
A right of reply is just that in the documents we've been provided, both in these business papers and we've got at the workshop, it shows that full amount of the 45,900 all being spent on regional roads.
Through the chair, that's where the fund allocated. However, the funding deed gives us discretion to not necessarily use it there. And we've split it. We can also use it on line marking. So we split it as required.
Okay, so you're
I'm
happy.
not sure how to better allocate it, considering it's 40 grand. So are we splitting that in local, regional, and split the discretion, saying the fund says it sits there and then the unit discretion?
I've put the amendment. All in favour of the amendment? Councillor Tucker and Councillor McCarthy. Other councillors against. So we go back to the original motion, which is as per the recommendation. All in favour of the motion? Okay. So the amendment's lost, so we go back to that's passed. Thank you. 13.6. That was, yeah, I think it was unanimous, wasn't it? Did you vote against it? No,
I voted for it.
You voted for it. Thank you. I voted against.
Clive voted against.
Clive voted against it. 13.6, Council Red Fleet Assets. Recommendation is the council continues to recognise Red Fleet assets in the compilation of the 2024-25 annual financial statements. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Hayden, seconder. Councillor Tucker, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'm happy to move the recommendation as it sits and happy to continue with what we're doing. Thank you.
Likewise, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's what we have done in the past, recognising that it does alter the way our books appear. But I think rather than having a qualified audit, if we want to put a note in our own papers that say, well, it would look better if we didn't have to do this, we could always do that. Well, in other words, qualify our own reports. We are subject to what the New South Wales government tells us we have to do because we are their creation, and I support the recommendations.
Any further discussion? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. 13.7. Development application 2025.009. 3 wind monitoring stations. The recommendation is that council approve development application 2025.009 for 3 wind monitoring stations at lot 31 DP 753027, lot 8251 DP 1200276 and lot 661 DP 753027, subject to the conditions contained within the report for the following reasons. The development is permissible with the Oberon Local Environmental Plan 2013. The development complies with the Oberon Local Environmental Plan 2013. The development is considered to be appropriate and will not impact the locality unreasonably. 2, that the division be called in accordance with section 375A of the Local Government Act 1993. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Hayden, seconder, please. Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I am moving the recommendation as it sits. As many in the community know, I have been consistently vocal about the very large scale energy projects that have been rolled out across regional New South Wales, and majority of people know how I feel about these unrenewable projects. I do not support irresponsible planning or projects that place unfair pressure on small communities like ours, especially when locals feel excluded or when processes are handed down without genuine consultation. But being a councillor means putting personal views aside when it comes to assessing development applications. I have a responsibility, not just a moral one, but a legal one, to apply the planning laws fairly, transparently, and without bias. I took an oath to uphold the law, and that includes honouring the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act and our local planning instruments. Every DA must be judged on its own planning merit, not on speculation, fear, or external pressure. We don't get to pick and choose which rules apply based on whether we like the applicant or what a future project might be as the outcome of anything. That's not how fair governance works. Our role is to make decisions that are lawful, consistent, and defendable. And that's exactly why I'm moving and supporting the approval of the DA for the temporary meteorological mast. It's lawful, it's low impact proposal for environmental data gathering, not a wind farm, not wind turbines, and not a final decision on any possible future project. What I am supporting is due process, nothing more, nothing less. Adding to that, I would like to say that I have heard and I have read all of the statements from the wider community, but I think the wider community has not understood what they are reading. We are just approving a development application which was part of a tender process put forward by a company in forestry under their new energy amendment that they have. And we have to allow natural justice. We cannot be preventing legal DAs that come through to this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just returning to the DA application. Just first, I've gone through the submissions by the community. There's one through you. These questions are probably directed to the.
Right, you are seconding this?
Oh, sorry.
That's right. Okay, right. So, okay. No, I was just right. Okay, and these are questions to the planning director.
That's right. Three questions to the planning director. Just going through the the submissions by the community, there was one there, item 14, talks about the anchor points. And on the right-hand column, it says that there is a substantial amount of concrete where each mast is. Where the guide wires are, is there concrete holding those down as well for the 4 or 5 guide wire?
Through the chair, my understanding is yes.
Yeah. So in that case, there's something like, 40 tonnes by 320 tonnes of concrete. I understand by reading their submission, tag submission, that won't be removed when there's make good. And I would have thought best practice when we're commencing this process, best practice would be to make good and remove that concrete. So I would put that forward, and that's one question.
Through the chair, we do have a standard commission, draft commission, so we do have a draft commission in there at decommissioning the towers at the end, and that is removing any underground structure as well.
Thank you. The second point is one that's a little bit out of my depth, but I'll try. So in reading the development application, I know there's no mention of the proponent in the development application being tagged. I assume that's tagged strong, right? The proponent, is that correct?
That is correct.
So there's no mention.
The Pine Wind Farm is the proponent.
Yeah.
And obviously.
Which is tagged strong. So there's no mention there. So then moving to legislative context, I read through there and I went, I thought, we're in a position here because of the height, it's come back to our council. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And then to enable these towers to be built, we have to then search for a reason why, and it's under the basis, the definition of research station. But it says the research station being a building or place operated by a public authority. Now, I would have thought that Stromlo tag are not a public authority. Stromlo have lodged a DA due to their height. The development results in using a research station land use, the definition available to public authority. Stromlo are not. So to me, it's a very tenuous at the least.
Director, have you got any comments on that? Noting that Councillor O'Connor is seconding.
I acknowledge comment. Have any response to that?
Point, Stromlo tag or Pines is not a public authority, is it?
Through the chair, Stromlo are not a public authority. The landowner is. The consent goes with the land, it doesn't go with the applicant.
Consent goes with the who is the DA lodged by?
The applicant can be anyone, and I use the term, if you're building a house on your land, you can get a builder to lodge your application for you. You don't have to lodge that application yourself.
So who owns and controls the mass?
The landowner is, the consent goes with the land. So if there's an agreement with a landowner to lease out that particular thing, it doesn't change the assessment capabilities of the application. And it definitely needs, like it retains its power with the land in which the consent has been issued.
Feel confident.
It's like similar to the telco tower at Black Springs.
It's similar to a number of things. Yeah. Now, I based on your comments, it's probably in relation to the advice that's come through late. Oh, well, there has been some comments, and I can't say that I've looked at that in depth. I haven't gone down that planning law route to have a look at the comments that have been made. All I do know is that the consent still sits with the land, and it doesn't, therefore it can't be moved. So if TAG go over to another place, they can't take that consent with them. It sits within the boundaries of that lot, and that lot is owned by Forest.
Thank you.
I have had a comment made by a member of the community. And I have asked the General Manager, because I had some concerns about it, whether I'm able to raise at this meeting. I was told yes. Because noting that I have never done this before, but I am told that I am legally able to raise it. It has been provided to councillors. So the commentary is from Chris Muldoon, Mayfield Garden. This application, number one, this application clearly smacks of salami development, where a project is broken up into small, seemingly innocuous chunks to avoid proper or fulsome assessment. The courts frown on this, as they should. One need only ask why this proposed land use cannot be considered and approved as part of a larger future EOS assessing the project of which it obviously will form part. Two, these masts are clearly not being placed there for the use of forestry. They're only there for TAG, a private commercial enterprise. They cannot therefore be a research station. Comment at the end, council need to be clearly warned in open forum that this application is misconceived, mischievous, and the proposed land use has been wrongly characterised. Council also needs to be told that any purported approval may be challenged in court. You can note that comment, but go. Councillor Evans.
I want to speak against this DA.
Right.
Okay. And look, while I acknowledge that this application is, on the surface for installation of vent masts to gather wind data, and not for wind turbines themselves, it is clearly identified as an ancillary to a future wind power generation project. This makes it undeniably part of the same development pathway. And for that reason, I cannot in good conscience support this. The 28 submissions received demonstrate that the community sees through this procedural separation. They recognise, as do I, that this is the first step towards a much larger potential industrial project that many in our community fundamentally oppose. Furthermore, we must carefully weigh whether the perceived local financial benefits, such as potential future community payments, can ever justify supporting a process that risks fueling escalating electricity prices, undermining our national industrial base, and driving this country over a financial cliff. We have seen these consequences unfold in other countries that have followed similar policy paths, with rising costs, failing industries, and energy insecurity becoming the reality. Think of Germany, Spain, Portugal, and just recently Broken Hill. The early stage developments may seem minor or harmless today, but history shows the real price is paid later, often when it is too late to reverse course. For these reasons, I cannot accept the conclusion that this proposal is in the public interest. Proceeding with development, knowing the larger agenda it supports, would represent a betrayal of our community's clearly expressed concerns and our nation's long-term economic well-being. Finally, I'm mindful that the applicant may seek remedy should council refuse this application, but I believe standing up for the broader public interest outweighs that risk, and therefore I oppose this application.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Any further discussion this morning? Councillor Hayden, yes?
Yes, I've heard everyone's commentary. I've heard Councillor Lebras's, I've heard Councillor O'Connor's queries. But this is not about wind turbines. It's whether we are lawful in our decision-making processes. We can't undermine natural justice just because a proposal may be unpopular or that something could eventuate out of this long term. I actually like the idea, even though I'm against renewable energy of any description being in a large scale in a region. However, these are just met masts. They're going to monitor the wind and they are also going to monitor bat activity. Now I look at this in two different ways. They might monitor the wind and find that it's unsuitable, and they might find a new species of bat. That would be a good thing, in my opinion, for being against large-scale wind farms, but we're only approving met masts in the forest as part of that company's lawful tender process that they put in and applied for through forestry. They won it. This is their employment. This is part of their scoping works, and I support it. And that's my argument why I support the met masts DA. Thank you.
Right, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Councillor Hayden, McCarthy, Graham, member, Tucker McKibben. Against, Councillors Lee, Olivers, Trembath and O'Connor. So that's 5-4 against, is it?
Call the division again.
What?
Call the division again.
Yeah.
What? We had Tucker, Graham, McCarthy, Hayden and myself.
Yep.
That's 5.
Yep.
And we had Councillor Lee, Councillor Leveris, Councillor O'Connor and Councillor Trembath against.
Thank you.
So the motion's passed. You go to 13.8. Modification of application DA 10.2021.49.2, composting and landscape supplies, bracket Better Grow bracket at 68 Hawkins Street, Oberon. The recommendation is that what counts that 1, council approves modification application 10.2021.49.2 for composting and landscaping supplies, lot 18 in DP 1249431, part lot 33 in DP 1228951 and part lot 34 in DP 1228951, being known as 68 Hawkins Street, Oberon, in accordance with sections 4.55 bracket 2 bracket of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979, subject to conditions contained within this report for the following reasons: A, the development is permissible in the local Oberon Local Environmental Plan 2013. B, the development complies with the Oberon Local Environmental Plan 2013. C, the development is considered to be appropriate and will not impact the locality unreasonably. 2, a division be called in accordance with section 375A of the Local Government Act 1993. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Hayden, second, please. Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I've read through this report. I'm happy to move the recommendation as it sits. I did have a couple of concerns around the refueling of trucks, etc., but then I read further that the now proposed mobile refueling arrangement includes the following 4 points. So that kind of gave me a bit more ease when I was reading through it, and I'm happy to move that. Thank you.
Councillor McCarthy, wasn't it?
Yes, I'm not against this change in the development. I've been monitoring the smell and the odours from the place. I've found over a period of time there's been no odour emitting from the site, so I'm happy with the development. Thank you.
Councillor Trembath.
I do support the motion, but I'll just to the planning director. It's noted that when it's on a different page here for me, although the assessed biosecurity risk is low and the routine sweeping regime to manage offsite tracking was deemed sufficient to address the offsite impact associated with the development, the EPA recommended that the proponent and council consider implementing a small as needed wheel wash process to ensure a future-proof facility and capacity to handle the unforeseen offsite impacts. My question, then there is a response. High pressure hose will be installed adjacent to the weighbridge area. Signage will be erected instructing all drivers to inspect their vehicles and, where necessary, wash down wheels before exiting the site. This requirement will be formalised through the update section 5.2.1 of the Site Operational Environmental Management Plan, OEMP, and strengthen existing dirt and debris tracking and forestry. My only issue is that I believe that should be necessary and not and where necessary. you know, we do actually have this issue with weeds and in our LGA. So that was my only minor requirement, that we should implement that. It is a requirement. And not just where necessary, because you're leaving it to the discretion, and we would like to see that vehicles do leave those areas clean and not tracking on.
Director of Planning?
Through the chair, the EPA, as noted, did make a response. I'm happy to take that on notice and, in terms of the conditions, obviously, if we do want to modify officially, we need to go back to the applicant to get their concurrence. Noting it is a new section of the modification, it's probably something we can talk to them about.
I have no issue with that at all, but just that, if that minor change could be made, that would, stick better with the community, I think.
So you're proposing an amendment to the motion, or are you, what are you?
Well, you're saying it's new, so how do I get that?
Oh, that's an amendment, doesn't it?
It is addressed in.
Sure. Zach, I'm sorry, you can't comment at the stage of me.
Is it through the chair, to the planning director, is it addressed in there? I mean, I can only see and where necessary.
Just reviewing the draft condition with the came from the EPA, they're not new.
So we covered it from that.
In the chair, sorry.
Just through the chair, if the words where necessary need to just simply come out of the document,
That's basically what I'm saying.
the director has the ability under the plan, which would need to be formalised by the applicant when it comes back.
Yeah.
Recognising that it is not I don't think it's a new condition within the requirements. It's certainly just a noting for the director
If it's able to be managed that way, I'm happy with
with
it.
the landowner.
Yeah.
So you sure it doesn't have to be amended?
Yep. We'll just note that council wants the words where necessary removed from the document that has been presented as a response to the submission. So it's acknowledged that they're going to do a lot of stuff. The thing that I like in it is that it's strengthening the on-site environmental plan processes. So it's been acknowledged that they want to be able to do that as well.
Yeah.
From my reading.
Mm-hmm.
So councillor Tremor, are you happy not to have an amendment?
Yes, I'm fine.
Right.
Just noted.
Further discussion? Yes, councillor Cobb.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I've just got a brief point. I note there's a 15% increase in the hard stand area. But I understand the traffic is internal, so there won't be any increase in traffic on roads. Is that correct?
The chair.
Yes. Any further queries? Right. If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Move to 13.9. Nominations to council delegates and section 355 committees. The motion is that council 1 nominated council will be the alternate delegate to the Black Springs Community Hall Committee. 2 nominated council will be the delegate on the Rural Fire Services Chifley Zone Liaison Committee. And 3 endorse the appointment of Brett Crichton on behalf of the Oberon United Football Club, the Oberon Sports Facilities Committee. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Hayden, seconder, please. Councillor Graham. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to nominate the councillor for the two committees in 1 and 2, being Mr Robert Lee. He needs some committees because he doesn't have any. So I was wondering if he would be open to accepting the nominations for those, and then we can perhaps amend the recommendations in unanimous of council.
Well, I'd suggest if we go as per the motion, then we'll then we ask for nominations. If there's only one nomination, then we don't have to move into council, committee of the whole, and then we go that way.
The only reason being why I mention that is the fact that other councillors have their designated committees and it's only two. Just thought it might be fitting that he just automatically gets a couple of committees.
Right, well, let's do the motion first, then the seconder, and then I'll ask the
Yep.
question. Who's the seconder, sorry? Oh, councillor Gross. Right,
I don't have anything to add.
okay, are there any, if there's only one nomination for both these positions, then we don't have to move into committee of the whole.
He's put his hand up.
Can I ask, are you jumping the gun on me? What's the nomination?
So, well, I'm just asking, someone's nominating you, I'm asking you if you would accept, and then you can ask the question there.
Okay, what am I accepting?
Mr Mayor, if I may speak.
Yeah.
Thank you for granting permission. We usually only speak once, Mr Lee. There's currently there's two vacancies on committee. One is the Black Springs Community Hall Committee. The other is the Rural Fire Service Chifley Zone Liaison. These committees come about because of resignations from other councillors, and all other councillors have a number of committees ranging from 8 up to 15. So I just thought you've just jumped in. These might be two easy committees that you might be able to jump in on, and it's a vacancy that you might want to take on.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
All right, fine. So you accept the nominations for both of those? Any other nominations? If not, then we slightly amend the motion to name Councillor Robert Lee to be the alternate delegate for the Black Springs Community Hall. Councillor Robert Lee be a delegate to the Rural Fire Services Committee. I'm assuming you're happy with those changes,
Yeah.
both
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
mover and the seconder. Any further discussion on this motion? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation of those slight
I'd like
changes.
to endorse Councillor Mr Brett Crichton to the Oban United Football Club, to the Oban Sports Facilities Committee.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
goes.
yeah,
That goes
sorry.
with it. We put the
Sorry,
motion, the only
sorry, yeah,
changes I've said, we're naming
Yeah,
Robert
yeah.
Lee, Councillor Robert Lee in 1 and 2.
Sorry about that.
All right, all in favour? Unanimously passed, thank you. We go to the 1310. CEUF round 2 application payback terms. The recommendation is that council 1 note to confirm payback periods for each CEUF project as outlined in the charge works addendum, May 2025, to endorse the proposed reserve reimbursement mechanism to be implemented should the CEUF grant application be successful as follows. A, savings from solar lighting efficiency and demand response to be annually transferred to the relevant reserve from which the original contribution was made. B, revenue from battery operation energy arbitrage, where separately meted, to be reported and returned to reserves quarterly, subject to the market performance and confirmation from council's energy retailer. C, any fuel costing savings achieved through electric vehicle adoption to be reported annually and returned to the council buildings renewable reserve. 3, request that the internal audit committee consider the merits of establishing a revolving energy fund using a guidance from the joint organisation toolkit to support future energy initiatives. Can I have a motion, please? I'll move the motion. Seconder. Thank you, councillor O'Connor. Look, I would like to thank the Technical Services Director because this has clarified a lot of the issues raised at our last meeting and some of the issues I believe that Councillor Leverous raised. And it does provide us with a more realistic approach as to what best, worst and median situation is with all our buildings and with all our payback periods, noting that on the median, if we look at having no real income from selling energy into the grid, our payback periods are probably more realistically, in most cases, I thought from buildings when I read 4 and 3 years. So that is more realistic and at least puts us probably in a better position to know where we're going ahead with this proposal. Anyway, seconder. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, no further comment. Thank you.
Councillor Leverous, I think you might have a comment.
Oh, yeah, I have. I'm going to vote against this. And I have reasons why. I've got some notes here that I've got to go through. But the real world payback, there is uncertainty in that. I remain concerned that the periods significant differ from the modelling they present. It's worth noting that ChargeWorks has used PV Watts, okay, which is a free online tool to help with their modelling, which is what I use. Okay, and while it is useful, professional solar engineers typically use what they call PV Calc, okay, which is a paid platform that integrates the Bureau of Meteorology or the bomb historical data. Now, there is a variance between the two of about plus or minus 10%. Now, my view on ChargeWorks replies, while some responses are reasonable in the context of grant requirements, I found elements of their replies dismissive and frankly somewhat condescending. Of course, my opinion doesn't come with a $21,000 consultation fee, so I will refrain from engaging any back and forth. But specific points of disagreement are the lighting upgrade. Installing LED tubes remains a faster and more practical and cost-effective solution compared to the significant cost of actually full LED luminaries. Now, what they are, they haven't specified, so I have no idea what they're discussing there. And as technology, improves, LED tube options will continue to emerge, and the simple installation requires no specialised labour to put these in. The admin building solar system sizing, now increasing the admin building capacity from 37 kilowatts to 50 kilowatts should not be dismissed. Additional panels provide value, particularly in overcast days. The east to west split of the 13 kilowatts, which is 6.5 on the east and 6.5 on the west, really reduces the efficiency being between 15 and 20%. And the claim that the added panels payback will be up to 12 years seems, in my opinion, exaggerated and inconsistent with real world outcomes. The battery configuration, that serves multiple purposes, what I proposed, either as a backup or arbitrage, and should not be locked into a single use, without considering operational flexibility. My primary concern about this whole project is the $200,000 investment. In my opinion, it's a want, not a need. The projected savings are attractive on paper, but in reality, the true payback periods are much longer than what they've modelled. I believe that these funds will deliver greater community benefit if redirected towards more pressing needs, such as resealing of local roads, upgrading or repairing of ageing planning equipment, and addressing other critical community infrastructures like the weighbridge. That's all I'm going to say. Councillor Hayden?
Yeah, I'll be voting against this. I still hold the same opinion as I did when this was presented to us last month. I don't agree with it. As a council, we need to be thinking fiscally at the moment, because we've got the next late report in a couple of reports time with major blowout. We're going to have to do some finance juggling, and I don't believe that this application for a grant to do this is something sustainably right at the moment for this council to apply for. I would rather be reassured and know that, because this is something that, I guarantee it, this will happen. We'll put in for this grant, we'll get it, and then we have this money that we've got to give as well. I just don't want to do that. Sorry, I'm not being clear enough, but we've got to look at the blowout we have with current projects and not put another project in the pipeline that's going to cost us more money. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Tucker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting it. I think this is certainly a better report than what we received last month. I think it has been worthwhile going through and posing those questions and getting an updated report. I am still somewhat disappointed on the information about electric vehicles. All they've done is said, acknowledged what was said last month, that we will only realise those fuel savings if and when we invest in electric vehicles, but no indication of what that will cost or when it might happen. And all they've said, excuse me, the payback period is not applicable, so we still don't know how long that might take to because we don't know when we're going to make that move. But nevertheless, I think it is worth going ahead. I think it is different from investing in other capital projects in the sense that other projects we buy something, we upgrade a road or we buy a weighbridge or something. This is different in the sense that we've got money sitting in reserves earning maybe 4 or 5%. If we can invest it in something else where our effective returns are more than 4 or 5% and reimburse the reserve that we took it out of in the first place, then it is worth doing that. We are increasing our return on our reserve investments. I did just have a couple of queries, if I may, before I finish. Just going back to the point I made when we were looking at last month's minutes. Last month, all we decided to do was prepare an application and we removed the decision to submit it subject to getting it. Do we need to add anything into the motion to say that we go ahead with submitting an application?
Yes, I believe we do. For our total for, yes.
So how do we do that?
Well, there's a number you could lodge an amendment. You could ask the mover and seconder if they'd support a fourth point to say, and council forward an application under the program.
Yes, I would agree with that. As I indicated in the go. Seconder, I think, was councillor Cobb.
So the wording would be that council proceed with submitting an application.
Thank you.
And my other query was in part 3, it says request the internal audit committee consider the merits of, etc. Just puzzled as to what the internal audit committee is. I think I've heard it before, but I can't remember who it is or what it is. Is that Eric?
Yeah, through the chair, that's meant to be Eric.
Is it Eric? I thought it was our, because we're meant to have an internal audit committee plus an Eric.
Yeah, so through the chair, the intention was to direct that to Eric.
So can we change that as well?
Yeah. Should be used.
Subject to the mover and seconder being willing to change that. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this? I've got a right reply and I've got a question. I note that on the 1st of July, there are going to be subsidies introduced for batteries to households and small business. Does that allow us to apply or not?
Through the chair, that's something we'd have to take on notice. I'm not too sure.
There are some guidelines.
Yeah, I'd be reasonably assured that we wouldn't be considered a residence.
No, but
and we wouldn't be considered a business under the terms of what government would consider business. So my gut feeling says no, which is why they have these grant funding opportunities for local government. But happy to take it on notice and have a look at it.
Okay, I put the motion as per the recommendation with the amendment to 3 to take out internal audit committee and add Eric, and by adding a point 4, which is that the grant application be submitted. I think was the, I didn't get that exactly. Yeah. All in favour? Councillor Leveris, Hayden and McCarthy against, is that right?
Lee.
Oh, and Lee, sorry, 4 against, right, thank you. So the motion is passed. We go to 1311, which is the Black Springs Recreation Ground Landscape Master Plan. Recommendation is council endorse the final Black Springs Recreational Ground Master Plan and place on council's website. 2, thank the Black Springs Community Association for initiating the project on behalf of the community. 3, support a $500 contribution from the Black Springs Village Fund allocation to place signage on the Black Springs Recreation Ground promoting the final master plan. Do I have a motion, please? Councillor Hoden, as per the recommendation. Second, please. Yes, Councillor Leveris, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, Mr Mayor, thank you. I support the recommendation as it stands and happy for $500 to be allocated from the village funding to put the sign there. That's it, thank you.
Councillor Leveris.
Nothing to add.
Any further discussion? Councillor
Mayor,
McCarthy.
where does council stand in the plan, the master plan? It shows the 2 tanks over on the rec ground. And I noticed council voted against doing that. So we have a plan here we endorsed, and we voted against one of the actions that is in the master plan.
We can go back to that.
But I suggest that a submission be put in while it's on the council website.
This is to endorse.
Oh, that's to endorse it, yes.
Mr Bevan, if I may.
Yes, Councillor.
We can revisit that next month. With an action.
Well, once we've endorsed the plan, are you suggesting an amendment?
No, it's already there. But I can bring forward the council the previous recommendation through the Works Committee that the tank be relocated.
No, what I'm getting at is you've got a plan before you.
Yes.
One of it shows the 2 tanks.
Yes.
What's the point of having an endorsement when you voted against one of the actions that is in the plan? That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Yes.
And it was a majority that voted against it.
Yes.
So here you are sitting here now, you're endorsing this plan, yet you voted against some of the
One of the actions.
facilities in there.
Through the chair, we can simply ask it to be removed.
Or we could actually bring forward a motion to actually do the action. Relocate.
Through the chair, it's just been said that wasn't supported.
Yeah.
It'd be to remove the tanks, I would suspect is what you're asking.
What to say?
Remove them?
Remove
No.
No, we don't want to do that. It's to
An
me.
action that the community required, they wanted the extra storage there for bushfire fighting. They wanted the extra storage there for the stock watering, and you voted against it. And now here you are submitted in the master plan, and now you're saying you're accepting it. It's voted against some of these things.
O'Connell to there, remember?
But yes, but that was one solution. It could be to put an additional tank there in the future.
Sure. This is a master
Plan.
strategy.
Doesn't say it had to be the O'Connell tank, did it? It was the O'Connell tank that was voted against for relocating it. It didn't say that we didn't agree with putting a second tank there.
The obsolete one down there.
Yeah, so I think the master plan can stay, and in the future, if an opportunity arises, we can put a second tank. That's part of the master plan.
All I'm commenting is,
Sorry.
damn it.
I thought the problem with that tank was the problem that it may
I get it.
move apart. When it wasn't cement, ferrous cement or something.
It's ferrous cement. I'm just working on a job that Damien's well aware of, and these tanks are 30-year-old and they picked them up and moved them with it. But we have a expert that says you can't remove it.
I've said
He said he was a councillor.
All right. I put the motion as per written. All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Go to 13, 12. Development application DA 2025.027, 5 Carrington Avenue, Oberon, new shed. The recommendations the council varied part C5.5, building height plan of its current DCP 2001 in relation to development application DA 2025.027 for a new shed at Lot 8, Section B and DP 2364, being known as 5 Carrington Avenue, Oberon. 2, a division be called in accordance with Section 375A of the Local Government Act 1993. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Hayden, seconder. Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Hayden,
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Pretty simple. I don't have an issue with it. Checked out site, it's only the height plan and happy for the variation. Thank you.
Councillor McCarthy,
Straightforward, it just only shows that we need a planning.
anyone against it? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour, carried unanimously. 13, development application 10.2023.35.1, change of use to entertainment facility at 85 Oberon Street, Oberon. Recommendation is that council approve development application 10.2023.35.2 for change of use to entertainment facility at Lot A in DP 972259, being known as 85 Oberon Street, Oberon, in accordance with section 4.16 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979. Subject to conditions contained within this report for the following reasons. A, the development is permissible in the Oberon Local Environmental Plan 2013. B, the development complies with the Oberon Local Environmental Plan 2013. C, subject to conditions, the development is considered to be appropriate and will not impact the locality unreasonably. 2, a division be called in accordance with section 375A of the Local Government Act 1993. Can I have a motion? Thank you, Councillor Hayden. Seconder, please. Councillor O'Connor.
I have a motion that is different to the recommendation, but not overly different, and I do apologise to Sharon that I haven't been able to send it through earlier, but there is an extra point, so I would like.
The recommendation has been read. Councillor, you should have put the alternate motion before I read it.
I'll move the original.
Thank you. Councillor O'Connor, you were seconding the motion as read.
Must be.
Yeah, well, no, we've got it.
Sorry.
You're entitled to put an amendment, Councillor McCarthy. So I
You
started to
just
read.
asked if I had a motion. You didn't ask if I was moving the motion.
Sorry. It's pretty straightforward. It's an existing building and I thought it was constructed to do this activity anyway. Happy with it.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Under the key issues, it's you're reverted back to limited to children's parties. I think I read somewhere where there might be alcohol or not alcohol. I'd like to probably confirm that there wouldn't be alcohol if it's children's parties.
Through the chair, that's certainly up to the owner to police that, restricting it to children's parties and the hours from 11 to 6 p.m. I think would align with that.
I just would have thought maybe we should restrict alcohol usage with children.
Do you want to note that? Councillor Hayden, you want an amendment?
Yes, I have an amendment, Mr Mayor. Sorry for the confusion. Part 1 stays as it is. That a point 2 be created that reads, which will be different to the summary at the top. Point 2 states, hours of operation B, Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. No public hire to general people as per what has been listed throughout the report. Point 3. Am I going too fast, Sharon?
Sorry, no hire what?
No hire to general public as for adult parties. As per recommendations throughout the report that had stated some provisions in there.
So isn't that through the chair, that condition is already.
That's already there.
Yeah,
So you
okay.
don't have to include that.
Oh, okay, then don't include it. Point 3, guest limitation. I can read what's in the summary, but the recommendation is what I'm addressing, sorry.
Yeah, but isn't that one of the conditions of consent, maximum of 80 persons?
But
No,
that's a summary.
So it's directed to 50, yeah.
That guest limitation of 50 at any one time, and should there be any public complaints, the hours will be reviewed. I did note throughout that,
I just want to ask the legality of that firstly. So the condition about 50 is already included, Director?
Through the chair, that's correct, Mr Mayor.
And what about complaints and altering hours? That legal?
Through the chair, we've asked for a revised operational management plan, and that's where the main process to be done with the.
So we have that power already. If they do not, if there are complaints, we can review the hours or not?
I would just prefer that in a,
Are we allowed to put in a condition of consent that we can review the hours if there are neighbours complaints or not?
So through the chair,
you can't.
if you impose a condition of consent, you impose a condition of consent. A condition consent that says we can review the hours if there's complaints is ultra virus.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I thought it was not legal.
Okay.
So staff have reviewed the application and said if we reduce it, the impact will be lessened. By sticking to kids' parties, they would also mitigate any concerns. If council had an issue with noise or anything like that, I would indicate that you would do it through limiting hours of operation further. But in saying that, you need to come up with rationale as to why you want to do that.
So the Sunday to Thursday, I wanted that changed to 7 p.m. So that's not going, that we can't do that because it's just because of close neighbours, people are going to bed at 7 o'clock.
I think that one's okay, but you've got to get rid.
And through the chair,
The hours.
your hours have reduced on the basis of concern over public amenity, like would be the rationale behind
And
that.
it's also the rationale around their school children, and most school children are in bed by 7:30. So it was just something that I wanted to make sure was in there because it's just significant. And reading through the report and knowing what has occurred in the past down there, the building itself does not have a license, so it's not a licensed premises. And the only alcohol that would ever be served would be from the person running the party or owning the party. And if they're owning the building and if they're having kids' parties, there most definitely isn't alcohol being provided.
So,
Yes, sorry, just put a 0.2 in there.
and make,
Just
make.
0.2 around the time.
Yes, and 0.3 is now the division be called in accordance with.
Yeah, that'll do.
So point
I just wanted the hours.
are we talking about Thursday?
Hours of operation,
Sunday to
Sunday to
Thursday.
Thursday, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m, Friday, Saturday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m.
And what about public holidays?
No change. No change to public holidays.
It's prominence of that.
So you're saying 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. on public holiday, yes, so.
Just Friday, Saturday, we don't have to incorporate public holidays because it's insignificant to the scheme of things.
We do have.
Yeah, through the chair, you have to, because sometimes
Yes.
public holidays are on a Monday.
That's
Oh, well, public holidays be on the 11 to 10 maybe then. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
not
that's-
really going
that's
to help.
Okay, do you have, who's the second for that? Do you have a second?
I don't know who's second.
Any seconder?
Need a seconder.
The amendment lapses with no seconder. So we go back to the motion.
Oh, I don't agree with 8 p.m. That's major, especially in Newcastle.
Yes, councillor.
So I think councillor Hayden might be a little bit confused. I might not be, I might be wrong. So in the development application of the key issues, it's been revised to from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Right.
But I wanted it to 7.
Okay.
So it's not 8 at the top in the summary.
No.
It was 6 in the report. Yeah, and I was trying to have it as 7 to be an allowable hour. That's all.
Okay, so we've gone back to the motion as written. Any further discussion? If not, I put the motion as written. All in favour? Carried unanimously. We go to 13.14. Removal of obsolete policies. Recommendation is the council remove the following policies from its current policy suite. 1, remove policy 3403, recycling receipts. 2, remove policy 4205, reward scheme for malicious damage to property. 3, remove policy 4206, clean-up campaign. 4, remove policy 4207, waste management acceptance of materials. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Hayden, as per the recommendation.
Yes,
Seconder, please. Councillor Connor. Thank you, Councillor Hayden.
nothing further to add.
Councillor Connor, no. Any discussion? If not, I put the motion as written. Oh, sorry, councillor Tucker.
I'd like to move an amendment, please, that we retain numbers 1, 3 and 4 of the existing recommendations, but we don't remove policy 4205, the reward scheme for reporting malicious damage to property.
You have a seconder?
So 3 and 4 would become 2 and 3.
Yes, so do you have a seconder for that?
Do I?
So what are you looking for?
I want to keep the reward scheme, so we would not remove that policy.
4205.
Yeah, 4205 would remain as a policy.
You're seconding it?
Yep.
Right, councillor Tucker.
Thank you. I just think it is worthwhile retaining that policy, even if it has never been used. I think it is still useful, but if the circumstances arise and someone comes in and there's, I was at the reef and I saw someone pinching all the solar panels and I got their rego number and I got a photo. Are you interested? Just to have some process available that we can reward in those circumstances, I think would be useful.
Councillor Carthy.
It's not costing you anything to have it kept there.
Well, it is, we've got to pay a reward.
Hey?
It is, we've got to pay a reward. Councillor Hayden?
Yeah, I just want to ask around any legalities that may have changed since that policy was designed.
Councillor, Andrew?
Through the chair, I had a bit of a look at this after our conversation last Tuesday, and whilst I don't think that there is any legality in it, we'd have to be really careful about how and why. And yeah, if someone wants to come in and say, did you see this? That's fine. Under the policy, we'd have to say that, well, you need to be involved in the investigation and have your complaint lodged with the police. Like, it'd have to be a little bit more than, well, I want to give you some information and then I'm scot-free, but you give me $1,000. There's some tidy up. If you want to keep it, we would just bring it back and review it. Yeah, maybe that's.
So to continue on with my question, would it be worthwhile amending that to include that have a policy workshop around it or something at some stage? Because we do have a lot of policies that just actually sit there and don't get renewed or rehashed, and we might need to look at that structure. I'm just wondering whether Councillor Tucker wants to add that into his.
I don't think we need to resolve it. I think there's a understanding there that staff will have a look at that policy and we can go through the review process.
Any further discussion?
Yes, I have another question. Policy 4207, so does the council, do they ask at the gate where the rubbish is coming from? So if you've got a truck from Sydney, can that dump it out here?
Through that chair, they can if they want to pay exorbitant price to do so. So we don't encourage landfill, and we don't support it coming from somewhere else.
I think the issue on this one is it's already dealt with in our, basically a more general waste management policy. So it doesn't, so this was a long time before, so it's been, I suppose, replaced. Yeah. It's been, the new policy it's made it obsolete.
Is made that, what I just sort of asked. If you're bringing rubbish in from.
No,
because I know in Bassett you can't bring rubbish from anywhere else.
So through the chair, we have exactly the same rules in place. This policy related to the acceptance of certain materials, especially when we're dealing with industrial waste from the industry. Through the years, we've had to get an EPA license. That EPA license dictates what you can and can't accept at the tip anymore. So it's not where does it come from. We don't accept waste from outside our local government area. It is more what you would accept, and that's been superseded by the EPA license.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Tucker, obviously 2 comes out, but you have 1, 2, 3. 2's policy 4206, 3 4207, and you don't want to comment to retain policy 4205, etc., noting that it has to be updated or reviewed.
No, I don't think that needs to go in the applicable due course.
Okay, so I put the amendment, which is council. 1, remove policy 3503, recycling receipts. 2, remove policy 4206, clean-up campaign. 3, remove policy 4207, waste managing acceptance of materials. All those in favour of the amendment? Unanimous, so the amendment becomes the motion. All in favour of the motion? Thank you. Unanimous. Now we go to 1315, which is Weybridge project budget requirements. The recommendation, the council allocate 256,000 from the Waste Reserve Fund to the Weybridge project to allow for its completion. Motion, please. Councillor O'Connor, Councillor Trembar. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In some ways, this has come a little bit out of the blue, but in saying that this is a project that we do need to complete. So we could kick it down the road and have another think next month or the month after, but I can understand that, you know, over the last few years, there's been a number of, not that I would understand there's been some changes in staffing. There's been also changes in cost of the project. I don't know whether we need to go in great detail in this. It's not easy to talk about when you've got an over budget project, but my mind is that we get on with the job. We certainly look at any future projects, and they have to be fully costed, and the council keep informed how they're moving. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
I agree with Stuart. I have to thank the tech director for putting this forward. Not easy. There's been 3 people involved in this prior to the tech director. So she's basically been left with this to clean it up. And we were aware when this Weybridge was being put in that there was a change of location because of the land that was proposed. So we were told about it, and we were told that it was just something that wouldn't have been made aware of until they actually went to start to implement it. We then were aware that by relocating the Weybridge, it wasn't going to be close to the current shed. So that would have meant, or it did mean, that there had to be a change to the design and how it was going to be managed. So it's not things that we weren't not aware of. It has been discussed. I think it's unfortunate that previous people have let us down in this project management, and we're now left with this to take care of. But if we can roll it all into the ongoing waste strategy, I think that's a good way of managing it. The Weybridge needs to go in, otherwise we're going to go down the track of another year of we're not weighing our waste if we stop it. So we've already done 2 years of not controlling what's going in. We're not making the money that we should be making. So I just think that we, like Councillor O'Connor says, we just can't kick the can down the road. We can't hold the current tech director responsible for it, but we can probably expect that she'll manage it very well, having worked with me.
Yes, this has hit many of us pretty hard. You would have seen my correspondence that I've sent through. We've been told that in this late report that key elements of the Weybridge project were gatehouse and electrical, but yet in 2022 we actually spent a substantial amount of money on power, 3-phase power, gatehouse, you name it. 2022 we approved funding for Weybridge. Extensive reports, if you go through, which I spent half the night and half early hours of the morning going through our portal and going through all the old documentation, going through status reports, going through, which I have copies here. So, you know, 5-6 Oban Waste Depot, 26th of April 2022, Oban Waste Depot mains power, further business papers back in October 23. Sorry, that's October 23. But we've been constantly told, we ask questions, and I'm certainly not aiming these at any or trying to be personal with anyone, but it's a frustration as a councillor when you come to a meeting or you come to an IBS and you say, how's the Weybridge going? Councillor McCarthy has done the same. We have been doing this now, I think it worked out to be 2 years and 9 months. And I think it often has a baby in that time. But anyway, we don't have Weybridge. We now have an over budget of 256,000, and we might have councillors going, oh, well, we might need to get on with it. This has put this project 115% over budget. This has blown out financially. This is double and a bit more. And I spent the morning being angry over it and trying to be calm and trying to be rational and looking at our budget and our finances moving forward. We're in a current deficit. This is a further deficit. Don't say it's not a deficit. This is more than double for what we originally agreed on that we were told we were going to have within 12 months. And of course, it never eventuated. We were told why weren't we told at the IBS? Why weren't we told at the informal briefing session last month that this is going to be over budget, this is going to be more than double, this is going to be worse? It's like going out and paying for a new one. I don't know. Would that be more cost effective? Cancel everything and go out and get a new one for 290 and just be one bigger? That's sometimes how I look at stuff, because my frustration with this particular project overwhelms me. Because it's significant. It's not minor. It's not saying, oh, we got to spend 20 or 30,000 relocating power. This is 256,000. This is $250,000 after the current 200 and something thousand done for power in 2022. What was the other amount here? So the other amount we allocated back then was 191,685 for three-phase power. Next one, we had, that's the depot. We had the other Weybridge, which then came up to another 200 and something odd thousand. I can't see it there because I'm too cranky to look at it. Anyway, so that's the issue.
Thank you.
We're stuck with this. We're stuck with this. Our community is stuck with this, and we're stuck with a report that comes in 27 hours before coming to a meeting that tells us that we have to pay $250,000 to put the Weybridge in somewhere where it should have been put in December 2023. It's just not good enough. And I don't want to I'm trying not to sound angry. It's just, I am so frustrated and so disappointed. And we as councillors should have had some kind of information coming to us at some point. There is no way that this just popped up out of the blue in a week. It didn't just come from nowhere. We've had the works manager be sacked or dismissed, or however you want to say it, the contracting works manager dismissed because he didn't get it right or whatever, however he was sacked. It's not good enough. In the report, it states in your email, it states he was dismissed because things weren't going to plan. Then the technical services director has to jump in the role. That was what was stated.
All right.
But I'm just saying, this is a massive amount of money. It's a massive amount of money. It's something that's come to us. Someone's responsible for this. Why weren't we told prior not just before this. And if it's needed, why didn't we have an extraordinary meeting or extraordinary works meeting to discuss this?
Thank you, councillor. But I have to say, I am concerned about this as well. And I know councillor Tucker has talked a lot about having continuous updates on projects with schedule and budget implications being given to council. And I do believe in this case, noting that we gave the original approval in October 2023, and that we appointed a contractor, I think, once the former technical services director resigned to manage this project. But we should have been better informed of schedule and budget implications. We were aware that some changes were being made, but when each of those changes were being made, we should have continued to be informed of what the schedule and budgetary implications were. Councillor McCarthy did raise on many occasions, when are we going to get a Weybridge report? And it was pushed out. I note, and I'll ask the Technical Services Director, did the actual cost of the Weybridge, which I believe originally was 156,000, increase at all?
No.
So the Weybridge, all the variations are in relation to the ancillary works, which includes the civil works, geotech reports, reciting it, having to build basically an office next to it, relate to all of that work, plus the extended lines for the electricity and other things that had to get to that site. Because I note within the New Way original tender, they talked about installation commissioning by trained senior Weybridge technician, calibration, general arrangement, supply certified civil constructions drawings, freight and packing to site, and project management. So I'm assuming that all of those were contained within their price and that we haven't paid for any additional, and we've checked for this scope of work and that all their work's been done within that. So all the blowout has been in relation, noting that there was a provisional estimate of 65,000 in October 2023. All the increases are in basically the civil works, road restoration, data cabling or electrical works, which at that stage, we were told a provisional estimate of 65,000 would be required for civil works, road restoration, data cabling or electrical works. And I know that was in a confidential report, but as we're discussing this now and it's become an issue, I believe it's to be now in the public domain. So it's all in relation to those works. If we had a project manager engaged on this since the resignation of the former technical services director up till the 30th of April this year, I'm assuming that project manager should have been providing regular project updates, and that with those project updates, we should have at least had an indication of what costs we were going to incur and what schedule implications we had.
So that you have a project manager wouldn't engage since the resignation of the previous technical director.
When was it made?
It was sometime after I started, after the previous tech service manager had left and after the previous project engineer had left.
But at some stage, you know, this was
Regular catch-up meetings fortnightly for an hour with that person. However, I became concerned on the progress, at which point I decided to not continue that.
So that was 30th of
The
April.
cost of $5,000 for the short-term project management is included in there, which was quoted at $22,000.
But shouldn't someone have come back to council and said, warning, signs, this project could start to blow at that stage? I mean, I'm used to running projects and, you know,
If adequate resourcing is there, yes, that should have occurred. I'm not sure what else we want to respond to that.
no, I'm just concerned. I realise projects can blow out.
And I don't consider that a blowout, but these costs have never been considered in the original approval from my perspective in October 2023.
Okay, but we noticed what the original budget, at some stage, has come through and said the original scope of works and the provisional sum totally inadequate for this project. We need to budget an extra amount.
That should have occurred at some stage, yes.
And that's what, I'm saying that I'm not,
Mr Mayor, I think that
The-
we
the proper-
acknowledge
the proper project,
there has been-
proper project management.
I totally agree.
Procedures, and as you'll recall, in the last term of council, we spent a lot of time on project management.
Sure.
But I haven't seen proper project management, put into practice for this project as I would have expected.
And through the chair, the reason why the technical service director
Took over,
made the decision to remove the contractor was for exactly that reason. We engaged a third party contractor to undertake these works because we considered his expertise. Now, it's clear that there are a number of things that have gone on that the director has had to step into.
Why weren't we all informed?
Because the removal only happened on April 30, and this is the first time we could bring a report back.
so
I would give the director as much time as I possibly could to pen a report that would accurately show where the shortfalls were. She's picked up the ball and she's ran with it. Once again, there is acknowledgement of the shift in it, but there's been a hell of a lot of work to move to move the weighbridge, to put it in a location that fits with ongoing and future use of the facility. It will sit there and be used as part of the overall operations of the weighbridge into the future. Should council be concerned with the overspend, we've just had a conversation not long ago about how we repay that and those things that we can do to repay that fund. Should that be council's remit to review these costs? It is absolutely acknowledged that the number of changes that has had to be made has meant that the director has had to come back with a report outlining what they were. In this instance, the big ticket items are certainly a gatehouse. The gatehouse is a requirement. We don't have a choice in the gatehouse. I could ask the tech services manager to go and have a further look to try and reduce how much a gatehouse could cost. She's gone with the existing company on the basis that it will go in quickly and it can meet the requirements and serve what we need it to serve. The other options around providing electrical power to sites and additional concrete on trying to manufacture a level site and giving it an approach that's acceptable and meets the requirements. They are all in the report. Not trying to hide anything, trying to say that this is some functionality that we need to put into the facility to meet the requirements of transitioning to a tonnage rate in July.
Mr Mayor, could I ask a question?
Duncan?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm sure none of us are particularly happy to be in the situation and get this report of extra money needed when we really have no choice. We've got to get it finished. I've seen Councillor Hayden's comments in her email. I've seen your comments in your email. I've seen the General Manager's response. And I acknowledge all the stuff in the report and in the email explaining what's been done for the Director of Technical Services to take over direct responsibility for it. And I do appreciate that even though we don't like what's in the report, that we do have a detailed and I assume honest report. There hasn't been any attempt, as far as I can see, to minimise it or cover anything up or anything like that. And I agree with your earlier comment that this is why I've been harping on this for all of the last term, to get regular costing updates and a regular reassurance for each project that it is still on track to be completed in budget. So I was pleased a couple of months ago when my motion got up, and we will in future be getting those updates and those reassurances. I do just have a couple of questions I'd like to ask the director through yourself, if I may. Just looking at the report, I just want to be sure that I've got it clear in my mind, the two tables on the first page of the report. So the first table, 73,000, if I understand correctly, that's items that should have been included in the original budget, were not included. Is that correct? Yeah. And then the second table, 183,000, they were in the original budget, but they were either grossly underestimated or costs have grossly increased since the time of that original budget, if I got that correct.
Through the chair, these weren't in the original budget either, so it's a mix of things. And maybe I should have put it in one table. But yeah, they both haven't been accounted for. But the top table is what's been committed to, and the bottom table is what's still required to be undertaken.
Okay.
Sums up.
I'm glad I asked the question because that's different from what I had, the way I had read it. Thank you. And the other question I wanted to ask, I'm not sure who it's for, is if we do allocate 256,000 from the waste reserve fund, how much is currently in that waste reserve, and what else is going to miss out because we've had to allocate it to the Weighbridge? So what would the money have been intended to be used for now is no longer available?
So through the chair, the intention of the fund, there is currently an external and internal waste reserve. The internal waste reserve was always earmarked to do the Weighbridge and to assist in the closure and opening of the new cells. We've done a lot of work in that space, as you're also aware, and this additional funding would see the project completed, as well as undertake some works, as it's outlined in the report, to assist in the new design and the closure requirements for the old facility.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's answering my question. The question is, we've got money in the reserve.
Yep.
We must have had some idea of what we were going to use it for, but we won't be able to because it'll now be spent on this. So what was it going to be used for?
So simply put, the money that we were provided by undertaking a project was all put towards the Weighbridge application and the opening and closing of the new landfill. We're still able to do that.
Does it tell me how much is in there?
So there's 520K still sitting in that reserve. 520 in that internal reserve.
Oh, thank you. I didn't follow the answer. I don't understand what's going to miss out. Thank you.
So I'll just say that. So
it is just
nothing will miss out in terms of what's being projected.
We'll just
have
have
less in the
money left in the
correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to propose, an amendment.
Can I just, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think any of us really like the situation we're in or how we got there, but really, if we don't finish it, it's totally useless and we've wasted the money we have spent on it. So we have to actually approve it.
So I was going to put an amendment that Council 1 allocate 256,000 to the Waste Reserve Fund to the Weighbridge project to allow for its completion. 2, Council reiterate its position. It requires regular schedule and cost to complete Visa's original budget for significant projects such as this in future. I don't know if I have a seconder for that amendment. It's just adding, thank you. Councillor O'Connor. Oh, well, cost to complete V's original budget.
Schedule.
So it's a schedule and cost to complete versus the original budget.
Could you amend that slightly, if I may? Would it be more effective to put future progress reports monthly regarding projects?
Well, I think councillor Tucker has put, but I'm sorry, I can't.
3 monthly.
3 monthly.
But monthly, when it comes to substantial amounts, maybe above figure.
Mine is all capital works projects.
Well, this is a capital works.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
So I think it's already, it's captured, so I can reiterate, I can't recall what, I would have
And I think
referred to your motion, but I can't recall what it was.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying reiterate, so that it takes the position that we will get 3 monthly updates.
that's right, and for major projects that go on for a fair time, like 3 months is sufficient.
I saw significant projects.
Yeah.
So you're happy with that?
Yeah, could I just
Sorry.
Sharon?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Who was the second?
Councillor Connor?
So he can't second the amendment.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Graham and Councillor Tucker had both their hands up.
Sorry, councillor Graham, thank you. That's the amendment proposed. Sorry, do you want me to repeat that? You got it? You got it? If you put it up, I can.
I can't put it up because my screen on this line has just frozen, sorry. I've had to revert to my laptop.
So
I can read it back to
One
you.
is the first one.
One is as per the council's, that council one, and colon, one, allocate, blah, blah.
Yeah.
2, reiterate its position in requiring regular schedule and cost to complete V, which is just a small v, original budget for significant projects in the future.
Can we,
You can change that, yeah.
what about capital projects like Councillor Tucker is, so that then links back to the.
Significant capital project.
Well, what, not even significant, just capital projects.
Just adding to that, maybe like a working party from a group of councillors go and inspect, even though an update, you could also have a monthly inspection by some nominated councillors to keep an eye on it on site.
Council, we have a, what's called a working party,
Don't know.
which is, sorry,
Which you're on.
which is on.
Mine on that.
Okay, sorry.
Also, who is going to do, who's undertaken to do this work now? Have you got to get a contractor or something?
Yeah, so that's being managed
You
by
go
the
do
director.
a
So I put the amendment, we have a seconder, Councillor McCarthy.
It's, Mr. Mayor, isn't this report a little bit of a slush fund? Like electrical works from pole to switchboard, $19,000. Electrical works switchboard to Weybridge, 20,000. We've already paid money from the pole to the side of the building,
190.
right? So why do we spending 39,000 for, just to get to the edge of the building to the Weybridge? What's on it? We got a civil report to say that the Weybridge was on solid ground. Now we get a report to say it was on soft ground. Well, surely goodness, we should be able to go back to the person that done the geotech report. Remember, we had to wait for that. We should be able to go back to that person and say, we found soft soil, your test wasn't right, and recoup some of our money.
So I'll ask the technical services director, was it original?
Hang on.
Well, can we, I deal with this one at a time so we can
Okay.
get. So was there an original geotech report done before, way back at the beginning?
Through the chair, there was soil testing done, which was at both locations that were proposed. One found waste underneath, which made it not suitable. The other didn't. It found some type of soil that required specific footings in the design. However, when we dug it up, and it was the way which goes over a length of more than 20 meters, and the soil testing wasn't done neat at those locations. So part that was dug up found plant matter or something black that needed to be removed and dug out further and then filled with concrete, which resulted in a variation of 5 or 6 grand for that specific one.
Okay, but I think what Councillor McCarthy says is there was a geotech report done right back that said, put it next to the office, it would have been okay. Is that what you're saying?
No, there was soil testing done.
Yeah.
However, I'm not sure how many locations across there, but as I elaborated, the Weybridge spans of more than 20 meters, and I doubt that in each of those locations, the testing over the width of it was conducted,
Okay, well, yeah.
which
maybe-
then was found when it was dug into.
I thought we'd done geotech reports to determine where the weighbridge is going to be, so that it become suited. Anyway, if we found it, we got black soil. Anyway, just external management in the short term, $5,000. With the deferring of $1.5 million worth of project work last month, surely we should have some suitable staff to oversee this project and save the $5,000, shouldn't we? Construction of the related, construction certificate.
Well, wait, well, let's answer that one first. 5,000, you need to have staff available to manage them. Right.
Previously.
No, there was no experienced staff to undertake that.
But this is what we paid to remove a contractor.
Oh, okay.
Instead of the 27,000 they were engaged to do the work. So there was enough to justify the 5,000 to remove, but not for the whole project.
Okay.
So can I just go back? You commented about the electrical works as your point one. So we spent a considerable amount, I thought we spent work to get the power into the current office. So is the electrical works here and the electrical works here, which I think adds up to 39,000 to get it from the office to the new dash house on the side of the Weybridge? Is that what we're talking, 39,000?
Through the chair, the one in the top table is relating to the one to get it off the pole to the switchboards. There's 2 switchboards on site, one to the CRC and one to the site office. And the additional 20 is to actually connect it from the switchboard to wherever it needs to go, different cabling, data cabling, to the Weybridge. Under the road, across the drainage, and then to the location and connect the various. So we've got a general arrangement drawing with the cables as to where traffic lights goes, where cameras go, where intercoms go and whatever else, and it shows exactly which cable needs to go where, and I'll receive the costing based on that, the estimate, which is the 20 grand, which hasn't been undertaken, whereas the 19 grand was undertaken at some point last year.
Councillor McCarthy, so.
Construction certificate related to cost, is that back to Oberon Council?
The construction certificate is the engineering drawings required to create them. The area where the Weybridge fits. So it's part of it. It's more than a slab. It's a detailed structure that required to develop consent, which
it didn't come with the Weybridge?
No, the Weybridge is the Weybridge.
Okay.
There were drawings came with the Weybridge because it was part of the tender, but I'm assuming you're saying that these drawings related to the particular geotech investigation, how to install that Weybridge.
Yeah, there was a requirement to have I'm not sure what you call it, Damien, but there was a requirement to have engineering certification to comply with the construction certificate. And the engineering certification was a part of that, the construction certificate part of that as well, like 1 to 5.
And those costs would come back to council, yes.
The gatehouse, does it have a WC in it for the operators?
An air conditioning unit?
No.
Toilet, no.
Sorry.
No, we'll go to the office.
Well, I thought that was one of the requirements of putting the gatehouse on the end of the Weybridge, that the person will be able to just go to the toilet in the. Anyway.
There's a facility within close proximity.
I realise that, but I understood that it wasn't suitable. It had to be placed. Okay.
It's not our understanding nor the way that we're trying to mitigate the costs here.
And at the moment, the bypass road is 7 metres wide, nearly 8 metres wide. Do we really require that much money, seeing that there's gravel at the tip? It requires a pipe. When we're nearly there, so surely goodness we could cut back on some of this cost.
Yes. So
and the bypass gate, $3 grand. Come on, shouldn't we've got 2 staff members out there of the day? Surely goodness they can do something else during the day, and maybe do this bypass gate. I mean, I'm out there fairly regularly, and it's a matter of organising things.
Well, do you want to put a third comment, point that, the Technical Services Director, cost savings where possible on the above budget in one?
But through the chair, that's what we would do as part of this.
That's what I'm saying, but if Councillor McCarthy wants to put it explicitly, is that what you want to put?
No, I'm just sick and tired of the whole thing, because we have a thing that Ian Tucker brought up before, that these things have to be reported to the council. And project management, you endorsed it, you spoke it when you come on council. Project management.
And what did I just put up as 2?
Yep, I know, but no one's listening to you.
Well, I think it's pretty clear with what Councillor Tucker's put up 2 meetings ago, or the last, I can't remember. And what we're saying here is that this council has now a huge emphasis on project management because of a few projects issues. So let's leave it at that.
Through,
All right.
through the chair, and before you go, staff thought they were doing the right thing by engaging external project management to do that. Council has previously removed project managers from their organisation because they come to the realisation they weren't doing their job. This is what the direction that we've made, and equally, we've brought that back in-house, so now the director herself is overseeing the project, the number of things that we need to do, but that's how important this is. And council staff will also look at where we can find savings in this regard to mitigate this.
And the other one, Mr. Mayor, I asked David Basil when we done the workshop down there in the community centre. I've asked the current director when we done the workshop down there, and I still haven't got the cost, the relativity to the timber to a solid, what we put charging per cubic metre. In other words, timber is a lot lighter. When we implement this weighbridge, we're going to be losing revenue. In other words, you measure something cubic and you go, say, it's $10.
Yep,
But it might be that when we get on the weighbridge cubic, it might be only $6.
Okay, but if there have been revisions to the charges under the revenue policy, if you looked at those, that may reflect what you're saying.
And equally, we've run workshops on how we've got to this point in regards to
After the comparison, because
All right,
these trucks that come to the
Councillor
site.
McCarthy, I'm putting the amendment. All in favour of the amendment?
I would just wanted to ask another question if I could, because you've got an amendment.
Yes.
Sorry. I just wanted
Can you
to,
make it quick, please? Because we,
Councillor Toombard's had a hand up.
come on, Councillor Hayden.
sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's just we get to right to talk to each amendment, so I just wanted to ask for some clarity. When we talk about our waste reserves, this is a substantial amount of money. We've got a waste management plan going forward. There's other costs that are going to be coming out of that waste fund. Have we had any financials done up in these last 27 hours that reflect how much will be in the waste reserves after this and the other projects that are coming along from that fund?
So through the chair, all those have been accounted for, except for this one.
So
remembering that this one is being proposed for in 24-25.
okay, well, we've yet to come to the, so I'm sorry for cutting you off, I'm trying to be quick. We've yet to come to the Waste Working Party report, where there's been a figure that's being paid for the consultants. Has that been factored in to this currently? Because that hasn't come through, it hasn't come to council. That's another figure, this is a figure, like it.
Through the chair, council's already endorsed this project. They've endorsed the project to go down the waste strategy. Council has endorsed that, so yes, it has been removed.
I'm not talking about that specific.
So the QBRS,
No.
for the quarter ending the 30th of June, 2024-25, will affect this expenditure.
It reflected at last QBRS.
Will the future Talus application?
Yep.
That funding amount also has to come out of the waste fund. That is in a later report here. And I'm just asking if that has all been factored into this.
Yes. It's already come out.
Prior to coming
So
to
the
council.
No, yeah, so the reason those 520 is because that money has already been moved into our operational plan as resolved by council.
Just to the chair, just a reminder that the internal reserve that you're talking about that's funding this is we call the garbage deposit internal reserve. It's separate from the waste fund proper. So that's.
I do get that. I do understand that. But as with anything financial, whether it's an internal reserve, a restricted reserve, or any part of our budget, it's still money that is being spent. That's all. I just have concerns, massive, and I just wanted to know because there's other stuff that has not come to council for approval later in the report. There's funds there.
Can you?
Well, I can't. I'll do that when I get to it. I cannot mention it now. So the Waste Working Party that do have no delegation, no delegation to approve anything. They only are a waste working party to provide a strategy and so on that comes to council to be approved.
Correct.
Right.
However, council have already endorsed monies to undertake the waste strategy, and that provision sat within that. The provision to have the contractor come in has already been accounted for. So it has been accounted for. Council has endorsed. So there is no new fund that needs to come.
Councillor Prima.
I was only going to add that the numbers that we're looking at, we're backing into a date. So, we have to meet a drop dead date of 30 June. You're talking about all those costs. We have to do it to make sure we're ready for 1 July. So there might be some cost there that might look a little bit out of line with what you're thinking, but that we've been burnt badly. We have to get this operational, and that's just part of doing business. Sometimes almost have a gun held to your head to meet a day.
All right, I'll put the amendment as is what on the screens. All in favour? All councillors for it except councillor Hayden.
And can you note that division in the
Yes,
please?
I now put the amendment now becomes the motion. All in favour of the motion? All councillors except councillor Hayden. Thank you. We move to 14. Report for information. Now I am suggesting. Sorry?
We're having another break. It's well over 2.5 hours since now.
Yes, we can have a quick
Yeah, I
break.
know, but we can be quite there.
I was going to say that I'm suggesting 14.1.
No, can we just leave it at 14 and just go? No. Well, we've got heaps to get through.
I'm saying that 14.1 through to 14. $14.5.
Really?
No. The grants is put to 14.5. Be put as a motion if there's no exceptions. That be put as a group motion.
No, there's other things in there. No, I don't agree. Sorry. I've got questions to some of these reports and significant questions. They're reports.
They are reports for information,
Yeah,
councillor,
and there is information I would like from them.
and we are at
That's not my fault.
10:25 PM.
And there's other information that we should get updates on. There's nothing on the common path. I'd like an update on that. I see it all been. It's not where you and I thought it was going. And I want to know about the repairs on the O'Connell Road. The O'Connell Road's fallen apart.
All right, we'll treat them separately. 5-minute break. Come back, please.
Thank you.
Don't need to wait, Sharon.
Right.
14.1 monthly activity report, General Manager, May 2025. Recommendations, report item 14.1 is received as information of a motion. Thank you, councillor Hayden. Seconder, councillor McCarthy. Thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, just looking at the monthly activity report for the general manager. I've just gone through that planned activity, over the weekend. And I note that there's still the same development of councillor portal, et cetera, in the beginning. I know we've already done that, and I do have a query around the Opta MOU. The work is progressing. How far are we along with the, should we take the councillor Trembert to get back in the room? Okay, Opta MOU, what's occurring with that currently? Has that progressed?
Yeah.
And what will be happening moving forward? I know I've sent some emails to Opta, asking if they wanted an updated delegate report for last month and one for this month. No one through the secretarial got back to me, so I haven't provided a report for the last 2 months. I did send them an email and ask what it was up to, when delegates needed to attend back, and had heard nothing. So I would like a bit of an update on that, please.
Sure. So the first one, the planned activity, the reason we wanted to host government elections is as you'll understand, we've had 2 new councillors that have been onboarded. So that work is not something that we just throw away. We keep on.
I apologise for that one. Sorry, I totally forgot.
That's fine.
Third time in.
That's what, hey, I've had to remove it for the last 6 months, so it is part of what it is. The Opta MOU, we're looking to bring back to June.
June, okay. And, the contractors engaged to remove asbestos at the common, their induction and all that. So what's progressing with that moving forward? Anything further, or is that where that's ending?
So my commentaries around
Yeah.
making sure that WHS provisions have been met,
Mhm.
and those have been onboarded to remove the asbestos the asbestos work that we had to do, and that's been completed, I understand.
Yeah, and regarding the recruitment, I notice in here it states recruitment for project manager progressed in March. Recruitment was successful with new staff member commencing in early June. Can I, which project manager and for whom is that? I mean,
Yeah, so it's in the engineering department
okay.
to run projects. They run the RMCC works, and there's been some minor changes within the PD to allow for a greater emphasis on being involved in construction works rather than just being isolated in that regard.
Yeah.
The recruit, because of the nature of the job and the person who has been successful, we've had to give them, it's a requirement under the law that you have to give a certain amount of time before you can resign from a position, so that's what we've had to do.
Okay, and just in the general HR matters, I note in here you've got HR manager and IT GIS coordinator investigated a new HR system. I can see that, but it's noted down here that the HR manager is on extended leave, and I noticed that through the last couple of papers as well. And I'm wondering if there's any breakdown that we're allowed to ask for. How much has this contractor cost to council? I suppose that's going to be reflected in the budget as well.
Through the chair, the HR manager has been entitled to take leave. We made the decision to backfill that position. We had previously gone down the path of onboarding one of our existing staff members in that role, but that successfully allowed her to get another job in another council. So we've had to recruit in that space just to keep the HR requirements and the day-to-day operations for staff in order.
So
she's been very good for our organisation.
So when council allocates leave, I don't know whether I'm bordering on operational, but I am just curious, because most businesses say you can take 6 weeks, you can't take more than 6 weeks. This is an extended amount of leave. Is that a normal process for council?
In this instance, the leave was to go on an extensive holiday, and when that leave is available, we certainly assist and help in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
It's not common, but it happens from time to time.
Is that all?
Thank you.
Councillor McCarthy?
Yeah, just, is it correct we've lost our mechanic? We're back to 1.5 or one in retirement?
Yeah, so.
One pulled on, one in
Yep.
retirement.
Yep, so one of our mechanics has moved on, yes.
Okay, are we gonna outsource it or put a couple of apprentices on or?
Through the chair, we've got the positions out, you know a good mechanic, on to apply.
Yeah, put some money to match what's out there. Okay, and the other
We've got to
one,
work within the realms that we've got, councillor, and that's what we've got.
and the other one was on April the 30th. Mr. Wilcox, when you had the meeting with the mayor, did he thank you for the job you done at the cemetery or did he? That not, he never come good?
I don't think he mentioned
No.
it. Oh,
No,
no, he did actually mention to me.
Thanks us at Anzac Day ceremony.
Yeah, he did thank us at the ceremony.
Okay,
He did thank us at
Yeah.
the ceremony.
okay, well,
Yeah,
the dawn service, he never mentioned anything but his nephew. At the dawn service, he only mentioned his nephew doing the brickwork,
Oh, okay.
not the councillor doing the.
No, I'm sure he said accountant, yeah. No,
Or the person who did the electrical.
No, he didn't ask me.
The
Thank you.
meeting on the 30th was basically to try and improve the RSL services.
No, you just answered my question. As is.
Yes, it was,
Yeah.
including audio and, the music that's played, to ensure we don't have interruption.
Trying to remove the ads.
I would try to say it diplomatic.
It's not going to be the same without audio stuff-ups.
Mr. Mayor, can I just add to that? Like, I know that it might sound funny to us, but to those, and especially to Mr. Stapleton, he is a returned veteran, and I don't believe that laughing about that really is conducive to anything. He has been offered in the past assistance to set up a program on the laptop and help him engage in how to have that in a way that he can just click on them. But that's his choice, and it's not ran by us as a council.
I pay tribute to Mr. Stapleton and to Mr. Wilcox in my address at the RSL.
I heard that, and I understand that it's just the way that we're mentioning this and laughing at it.
I'm not laughing because they do a hell of a good job. We're trying to improve the service.
Yeah.
So improve the service by helping them to improve the service.
Thank you.
Any other further? No. Okay, if not, I put the motion all in favour, carried unanimously. We go to 14.2, report planning and development, May 2025. Recommendations report item 14.2 is received information of a motion. Thank you, Councillor Hayden. Second, please. Councillor Graham, thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, happy to move the recommendation to receive this report. It's nice to see about the LSPS with 50 interactions at the picnic in the park and close to 50 community members in attendance at the O'Connell RFS. So well done to Councillor Trembeth on organising that secondary LSPS meeting there, because with the first one, there was only around 6 to 8 individuals, but at least close to 50 members. I feel that they would have got a good broad range of ideas to go forward on that. Under the Glynderia Avenue, December 2024, when we resolved to put the vacant land in Glynderia Avenue up for sale. So I gather that's, did we go forward with the water connection and sewer point? Because I remember at one stage that was going to be implemented, connecting to water and sewer, and a real estate agent's been engaged. So what's the outcome of that one, and has that been sold yet, or?
Through the director, through the chair, the connection to the water and sewer point, is my understanding, is still to be done by council's director, council's plumber, sorry.
Yeah.
And the local real estate agent has been engaged, as mentioned, and we're still looking at reviewing the classification of the land for it.
Okay.
I understand the agents do have it on their website.
Have they had any
We've had an
interest
inquiry.
through the mayor?
We have had an inquiry.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you for the report.
Any further, any other issues? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. 14.3. Monthly activity report, technical services, May 2025. The recommendation for report 14.3 is accepted information. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Hayden, Councillor McCarthy. Thank you, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, happy to receive the recommendation to see this report. I've said that wrong. Anyway, just having a look through the report, I'm not going to steal Councillor McCarthy's thunder on that, but I did go to Common and have a look at where that path's been pegged out, and you would be walking very strangely going along there. But I'll leave that for Councillor McCarthy to talk to. The landslip on the Arkstone Road, is that major landslip?
Yes.
That was coming away? So how has that progressed? Is it still waiting for further grant funding?
Yes.
Okay. And were there any further outcomes regarding the shared pathway development with Transport New South Wales and what has come back? I note in the previous report, I note there's been conversation with some community residents that think it's going to be a gravel path, but yet Transport and in the other past plan, it's stated to be concrete. So is there any further outcomes on that you
Well,
will
I'll ask the General Manager up.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr Mayor. So through the chair, we in fact met with Transport for New South Wales and provided our concerns to them in regards to the path. They in fact come to us with some design and some development design for a pedestrian bridge across that, and provided linkages from the school to how that path would work. They've asked us to provide the quote to them as to how they can help support, get the path completed.
And what were the materials around that?
It would concrete, like there was an original support for Pebble Creek.
Yeah, and then that was knocked on the head, and then
Well, it wasn't
through the
knocked on the head. The plan.
through the plan I was reading, it had referred to concrete.
Yes.
Because that was their preference, but then there's been people discussing in the community that it was meant to be that.
So through the chair, one of the earlier options was a compacted granite.
Yeah.
As it is through the.
Yeah,
through
and then
the-
it doesn't.
But it doesn't, but from a maintenance perspective, it's just not, it's
Maintenance,
not tangible.
maintenance costs are considerably higher with the gravel.
Yeah, and on the last point, around the pre-construction investigations on the O'Connell Plains Road, having driven that a couple of times over the past 6 weeks, I'm glad to see that that's come forward, but is that only going to be the 1 kilometre of total reconstruction and widening? Because going from the bridge down at Lagoon to Stony Creek is just deteriorated something substantial. I note there's some works marks here and there, but there's complete dropouts, there's complete washaways, there's so many narrow sections of that road. And even on the day that I was driving on it, there was a stock truck coming one way, and I actually had to even go out wider around the dipped damaged part of the road because there was nowhere to go. So I'm just wondering, like it states here the 1 kilometre, I'm just wondering whether it's going to be maybe 7 kilometres or 8 kilometres of work being done.
Not at this point in time. It's the 1 kilometre they've earmarked as critical.
So, yeah, so which specific section? Is that the section, the lagoon side or the middle section?
Happy to take your notice and we'll get back to you and let you know.
Could I get a response probably before next Friday? Not this Friday, the following Friday?
We'll try and provide that. I
Thank
think
you.
that's reasonably easy to do.
Let's second it.
You second it, Clive. Thank you.
My inquiry is the path down at the common. Now that the asbestos has been removed, when do we anticipate that the path will be completed?
Through the chair, the asbestos hasn't been removed yet. An update in the status report on page 960 regarding the footpaths, recommending a site meeting with the works working party as to where it goes. Your concern, I believe, from your comments earlier was to where it's pegged out, which is when I've seen it pegged out, was my concern as well regarding the construction costs and the cut-ins required and the ongoing maintenance of that. So my proposal is to deviate from that and take it slightly different. And to have to decide on that or after a side meeting with the work learning plan.
Which is scheduled for June, isn't it?
Okay, well, I was bewildered when I seen where it's been, because I thought we were going down a different spot. You and I went down there, I think it was December.
Yeah.
And that's where I thought we were going, but, this is it, there's no conversation between, what, who's pegged it where it is?
So we've got a quote for the asbestos removal, and we've got a contractor on ready to go. But you want confirmation from council as to the, you have concerns as council on the route of the path. So at the works committee, we should have should be an on-site inspection to begin at that's what we're suggesting. Are you happy with that? It's going to delay it a little bit, but that's probably, at least we'll get agreement.
I'm not happy with it, but anyway, I'll have to wear it. Out in the O'Connell Road, 4 kilometres west, I repaired, raised it with the general manager. The pavement's just fallen apart. When we had Sam Colling there, he'd go out and mark that. I understand the director's doing a restructure, but someone should be out there spraying this road and telling the RTA that this is falling apart. What's happening at the moment, the trucks are trying to avoid the breaking up road and they're actually running on the centre lines of the road. Someone's going to get killed, especially when it gets wet. We used to have staff and the structure in there to ring the RTA and get these things fixed. It used to be marked and we've done what we call heavy patching. What's happening?
Right, I have the general manager.
Is this department falling apart or something?
I think the general manager.
So through the chair, based on those conversations that we had, that information has been passed on to Transport for New South Wales. You're very much aware that this is a state road and requires their sign off to do that. And they have come back saying that they're not going to do it at this point in time. So the Transport for New South Wales has made that decision, right, on the state road network.
Okay, well, we need to know that so we can go down to a local member and saying that the RTA's made this decision.
We've gone one step further than that, and we've contacted our Transport for New South Wales to get them to confirm that we have made this report to you. You've made that decision, and any liability falls with the Transport for New South Wales.
But all I'm getting at is we need to confer to our local member that this is happening, so we get some clout in Parliament, because remember, our local member denied the roadworks that he was notified the other side of Orange, where that little boy got killed. And then the locals produced the document saying, here, we've highlighted this with you, Mr. Toole. What I mean is one life lost unnecessary. But out here, that's what's going to happen out here. The trucks are running over the centre line. But if that information you've given us, now we can go back to him and say, what's happening? We used to do this work, and we used to peg it. We're not doing that anymore.
So you're requesting a copy of the correspondence to go to Transport for New South Wales, our correspondence and their correspondence back be sent to the local member. Is that what you're requesting?
Yes.
Happy to do so. Happy to do so.
Okay.
All right.
And the other one was the general manager. If we're not using Pebble Creek down here at this path at O'Connell, does it mean we can get on and finish those 2 shelters?
Through the chair, we'll use the same product. So we're trying to tie the 2 things together.
I know you were, but now there's just concrete. Can't we get on and finish the 2 shelters?
We can have a look at that.
Thank you.
To provide the pads you're talking about underneath the 2.
Any other discussion on 14.3? Councillor Collins.
Mr. Mayor, it's following on Councillor McCarthy's comments. Before we discussed this briefly last meeting, the issue that Councillor McCarthy raised.
Which one, sorry?
About the O'Connell Road.
Oh, right, fine, sorry, yeah.
And then really, I guess what Councillor McCarthy's seeking also is just a standard procedure regarding those main roads when there is issues. That the letters be sent, if they deny it, then we go, we just have to have a procedure in place where it just happens, just happens effortlessly. Because as councillors, we just need to know there's a procedure in place. I know it's not our responsibility, but Councillor McCarthy's bringing up a good point.
Through the chair, totally agree, and we had the conversation, and on the back of that, that's how this project was advised.
Right. I put the motion as per the recommendation 14.3, all in agreement? Thank you. 14.4, the recommendation report item 14.4 is received as information, which is the monthly activity report corporate services May 2025. Can I move it, please? Councillor Hayden, as per the recommendation. Second, please. Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Hayden?
Yes, thank you, Corporate Services, for this report. I'm happy to move the recommendation. Just noting down here into IT, Director of Planning has escaped my questions. The DA tracker, I note here it states it's further delayed. There's been numerous community members that keep mentioning this and bringing up the issue that they want to be able to facilitate and use this DA tracker. I'm just wondering why it has been taking so long. Why has Burwood Council got to do with anything regarding its integration and the DA tracker when other councils, even smaller than us, on their web pages actually have a DA tracker to track DAs where you just type stuff in and it does the search. Like, we should have probably been looking at this in the inception of our new website that we've got. And I'm just wondering, why is this taking so long?
All right, let's have the Director.
Through the chair, the DA tracker that's mentioned there is a component of our system. So, other councils have DA trackers, maybe using a different system to us. The implementation of that is been in testing phase, and other bigger councils have been similar to us, trying to grapple how do they test this with the resources they have available. We were taking the approach to wait until Burwood did some testing. They are having some progression problems as well, resourcing that. So the option remains for us to take that testing upon ourselves. So that's the progress on that.
Okay, would it be worthwhile talking to Bathurst or Lithgow or Blaney that have this on their website and seeing how their integration went with it? That's just a thought bubble, that's all.
Through the chair, they're on a different system. It's a different system to us.
Okay, all right. Okay, and I'm just letting you know there's a few updates on our Oberon Council website that are lacking in a few pages. And I think I mentioned it before, but I need to send through some pages and some links because they're broken. And there's a lot of 404 errors that keep popping up. Just on that, if you'd be able to notify the IT department if that's specific. Also, I noticed some of the links in there, instead of external links opening externally, they're still opening up internally. So it's kind of got to go backwards instead of external opening up externally. So, and that's about it. Thank you.
Councillor McCarthy?
Nothing to add.
Right, any further issues? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Thank you. Amendment 14.5, investments, April 2025. Recommendation of report 14.5 has received information. Do a motion, please. Councillor Tucker, second, please. Councillor O'Connor, Councillor Tucker.
No comments or questions, thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
No further comment.
Yes, Councillor Hayden.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up the condescending nature of the statement on paragraph 2 in the comment section. I don't feel as a council we need to actually be referring politically to other impacts of other presidents' decisions in other countries. Sorry. Thank you.
I don't think it's meant to be disparaging. It's saying.
Well, it sounds very disparaging.
Saying the impact of tariffs being placed has caused economic volatility. It's a stated position.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that was my statement, and I feel that it is disparaging, and we could have noted the impact of tariffs without referring to some person's name. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this issue? Not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Thank you. 14.6, which is the grant update. Recommendation of report item 14.6 has received information. Can I move it, please? Councillor Tucker. Councillor O'Connor, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Tucker,
No questions, nothing to add.
Councillor,
No further questions.
Councillor Hayden.
Of course, I'm going to have a question. Yeah, just noting through there, I noticed some of the grants that we've been unsuccessful with. The disaster preparedness plans were not included under the Reconstruction Authority's disaster. It is disappointing to a degree with some of these. I'm just wondering whether, with some of our major grants that we need to apply for, if there's something complicated, do we actually outsource some assistance with any contractors that are specifically specialised in specific grants?
Through the chair, the earlier people were discussing charge works is an example of that. The STP, all of the economic business case modelling, absolutely we get the expertise in when we think it is needed and required for that type of grant.
Are they very expensive? Like if we're getting a contractor to apply for some of these bigger grants, is it a big cost effect to our budget?
Through the chair, it can vary depending on the scope that you're asking them for, but generally for some of the bigger projects like STP, it's quite crucial to the progression of that project.
And are there any updates to currently what's there that's been pending for May? No further updates? Like the 20th of the 2nd, expected from May. I'll gather that's the 26th, so we've got a week in that one.
Yeah.
So no further updates other than what's currently there.
No, through the chair, the only recent one I don't know if we put on there is the active transport application was not successful.
Okay. Was that for a crossing, that one?
No, it's to do with upgrade to our
the
pedestrian access.
Yeah.
So it was unsuccessful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this matter? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? And 14.7, status update, May 2025. The recommendation of 14.7 is received as information. The motion, please. Councillor Hayden, seconded. Councillor Tucker, Councillor Hayden.
Thank you for that. I do have several queries in relation to this, but I will be emailing them through. I also have to go through the previous month's status update, and there's some queries in there as well. So I'll send it all through probably next week. Thank you.
Councillor Tucker?
No questions, thank you.
I just note that I have put a couple of comments through to the general manager. One of them is in relation to the footpath, which has been answered and is already noted in the status report by the Director of Technical Services. And the others do concern some issues, but some of them were subsequent to the 15th of May, which was the cut-off date for the status report.
So through the chair, if Councillor Hayden wants to put forward her questions and queries, I'm more than happy to respond and put it in the portal for all councillors to see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Including the mayors.
I put the motion. All in favour? Thank you. 14.8, Waste Working Party report. The recommendations of report item 14.8 is received information. Have a motion, please. Thank you, Councillor Tucker. Councillor Hayden. Thank you, Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just there, I think for the two meetings we've had, I think we've made some reasonably good progress already. The main points being that we've reviewed the submissions for the waste strategy, and we all read through those, and they're all very good. But we have made our thoughts known to the director, and so I gather that has now been actioned, and we're having a meeting on Thursday to initiate that project on Wednesday. We have also reviewed the proposed waste fees and charges for the coming financial year, and also thank the director for the detailed work she put into reviewing those fees and charges. I think that has simplified things considerably, and which needed to be done, of course, because with the weighbridge coming on, it all needs to be converted anyway. But, so they're the main achievements so far.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Ms Mayor. Just wanted to note a couple of things. Yes, this is a recommendation to receive this report. Attached to that is the charter developed by the Waste Working Party. I just wanted to note that the recommendations and the outcomes that have come into this, throughout our charter states that the Waste Working Party is only bringing recommendations forward to council. It does not have an approval right. It cannot just approve or doesn't have that delegation. But I just noticed in here, yes, the outcomes are that we have a development, the recommendation to engage Talus. I note there it says a purchase order has meanwhile been issued. Was that done via the Waste Working Party approving that and then saying, yeah, let's do the purchase order? Because I would have thought that would have had to come back to council or been, I'm talking through the.
Sorry, councillor.
Thank you. Or have to go through the, being under a certain amount for a contract, go through the general manager to endorse. Because as it reads here, it hasn't read that it's been endorsed by the general manager to issue a purchase order to engage Talus. Also, the recommendations on the waste fees and charges, it's okay to put forward the recommendations, but they then have to get approved by this council. So it's up to this council to approve those, and they were in some previous IP&R documentation. And I don't recall any councillors here scrutinising those documents and putting forward anything. I've just kind of given up doing that because I have actually mentioned, and also removing the free tip day from Oberon. So the free tip day, it won't be there. So that's been removed. And the bulk goods collection, we had the community through the survey state that they, especially the older generation, feel that they would like the bulky goods collection to come back. I wasn't in at the second meeting. I asked for a recording of the presentation from Talus because I wanted to know what the further two items that we wanted additional were. So I got to watch that, but I never got to see the other range of what was included within the meeting, what was discussed within the meeting. I did, however, send an email stating that I support Free Tip Day. I support the bulky goods collection and the waste vouchers, which is an issue that we had in 2023-24, was that they weren't meant to have the $10 amount attributed to them. We made a resolution some time ago to remove any monetary value from those waste vouchers, but yet the waste vouchers still have a $10 monetary amount allocated to them. So what can we do with this moving forward? Put in submissions, I suppose someone will say.
So General Manager, first issue is the appointment of Talus for the PA. Comment on that one first.
Yeah, so the recruitment from Talus went through the process where council acknowledged that there was a waste strategy that had to be developed.
Yeah.
They issued the money. The money was within the budget, so the purchase order was prepared on the basis that the working party made the decision for the work.
The working.
Respond to that. So the Waste Working Party, as we said, is not a delegation. However, I can approve a purchase order at $200,000.
Right.
And the
But
budget
that should have been
allocated
reflected.
the budget allocated through QBR3 was $80,000, and the amount that we engaged Talus for is $63,000, which the Working Party made a recommendation to me to undertake that engagement. I then decided I would like to follow that recommendation and did that. So the other points you mentioned, where the Waste Working Party doesn't have any rights to decide, which the Waste Working Party didn't. So the recommendation went forward through the IP&R documentation were included as part of this business paper in those documentations. And I've
Okay.
sent a detailed email to update you on what was discussed in the Waste Working Party.
Yeah, it's just trying to get the clarification to come through onto the paper, because the way the paper actually reads, the paper, not anything else behind it, it actually reads that the Waste Working Party has done this. So it's probably just the wording, and I accept that. But as you know, I did send through about the free tip day and the bulky goods collection and the waste vouchers. The waste vouchers monetary amount, and this was brought forward by councillor Trembeth in the end, I think it was sometime in 2023, to remove the $10 amount from the voucher.
Yeah, and through the chair, that was because we were dealing with volumes rather than tonnages. And when you're dealing with tonnages, it makes it a lot easier, especially how the waste funds, fees and charges have been developed. What the director and through the working party, I believe, has also come up with is to make it a fair bit more flexible on how people could utilise their vouchers, and therefore when you've got a tonnage and you go, fleet, that's this much weight, so it's going to cost you this much money, there can be a dollar value attributed to it.
Well, I wasn't in that one group of that working party, so I didn't get the broader clarification around that. Sorry.
I wasn't either. That's the analysis around, or the benefits of moving towards a tonnage rate rather than a.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, council, you proposed.
It's certainly nothing to say.
I had a few comments in relation to some of the charges in the IPNR documents, and I gave those by email to the director, and some of those comments have been noted. There were some percentages that I had some issues with. All right. No further, put the motion. All in favour? Thank you. I note that there's no urgent business. 16, closed session confidential reports. In accordance with the Local Government Act 1993 and the Local Government General Regulations 2005, in the opinion of the General Manager, following businesses of kindness referred to in section 10A2 of the action should be dealt with part of the meeting, close to the media in public. 16.1, Oberon EV fast charging proposal. 16.2, Oberon Sports Complex management options. But asks someone to move that we go into closed session confidential. Thanks, Councillor Hayden. Second, please. Thanks, Councillor Graham. All in favour? We stop the recording, please. Start the recording, please.
We get together.
We right, Sharon? Thank you, councillors, members of the public. During the confidential section, the following resolutions were passed. 16.1, Oberon EV fast charging proposal. The resolution was that council 1 notes the proposal received from EVSE and Explorer for the installation of public electric vehicle charging infrastructure at 64 Dart Street, Oberon. 2, provide in principle support for the concept, acknowledging that A, the project is fully grant funded and delivered at no cost to council. B, all infrastructure ownership, maintenance and operations rest with the proponent. C, planning, public engagement and approvals will be carried out in accordance with statutory processes. D, the proponent is responsible for all liability relating to the use of the charging ports and will provide a sort of certificate for public liability insurance as required by the council. Will provide, certificates of currency for public liability insurance annually to the council. E, council will liaise with its insurers in relation to suitable insurance requirements from the proponent. That was moved by Councillor Hayden and seconded by Councillor Olivris. 16.2 was the second item considered in confidential that dealt with the Oberon Sports Complex management options. The resolution as proposed by Councillor Trembar, seconded by Councillor O'Connell, was as follows. The council 1 meets with the Rugby League Club President, Vice President and Manager to discuss their options and expectations regarding control and management of the new Oberon Sports Complex and discuss their plans and seek their expressions of interest, including a business case. 2, Councillor O'Connor be invited to join the working party to provide financial skills to the working party. 3, will initiate an expression of interest process to identify other suitably qualified and experienced individuals, sporting organisations, including Oberon Rugby League Club, to operate the licensed club facilities at the Oberon Sports Complex. 4, ensure the EOI process includes the following criteria. A, demonstrated experience in operating licensed club facilities. B, community benefit engagement outcomes. C, financial and operational sustainability. D, compliance with all relevant laws, regulations and council policies. 5, delegates authority to the general manager and the working party to oversee the expression of interest process, including the preparation of documentation assessment. Request the report be brought back to council outlining the outcomes of the expression of interest process and recommendations for further negotiation and potential leasing/licensing arrangements. I declare this meeting closed at 11 minutes past 12 on Wednesday, the 21st of May, 2025. Note that the next ordinary meeting of Oberon Council will be held on Tuesday, the 17th of June, 2025, commencing at 5:30 p.m. in Oberon Council Chambers, 137 Oberon Street, Oberon. I thank all councillors for attendance at what has been a very long meeting, and for members of the public who have remained online with us. Thank you. And staff for their exception for the long meeting that we've held, and I do hope you get some sleep overnight. Thank you.
Bring your sleeping bags.
Yeah.